communicate for meetings via Zoom. It has its positives,
Sure.
meaning
As long as we don't have any arguments, it's great.
well, you just can't throw anything at me. Well, I guess you could throw it at the screen, but it's never actually going to get to me.
No, there's a feature.
You're
Oh,
live
A little
now.
better.
Flat.
Can you see
Mayor,
my
how
eyes
are
a little better now?
Yeah. You're a man of shadows.
Yes, he is. Are we 7 o'clock? Well,
You have about 1 minute left.
Okay.
And it's 6 o'clock, not 7, Lynn. If it's 7, we got to wait an hour.
That's a good sign if I just said 7.
Well,
Is everybody on board with the executive session being first?
I believe so.
Okay, great.
That works for you? Well, I've got 6. Okay. All right, let's get the meeting. The Finance and Human Resource Committee meeting will begin at 6 p.m. I can account for all the committee members, but we will verbally acknowledge Mark Davies,
Here.
Scott Harrington,
Here.
John Rafter,
here.
and committee members, you've all had an opportunity to read our previous minutes. Were there any corrections that needed to be made? Hearing none, can I get a motion to accept the minutes as presented?
Motion to
Yes, I
accept.
do. First,
Motion made by Mark, seconded by John. According to the agenda, we're going to move into executive session. So Carrie, if you could make that happen?
Yep, I have it set for personnel director, mayor, and the 4 committee members. Is that how you want to start?
Sure. So
mhm.
just explain to me how we're all going to do this. So
So I'd set you up in a breakout room, which means that the current meeting will remain live and open to the public, but the 6 of you will move into a separate off-camera meeting that no one else can access unless they're assigned there.
and so you do that.
Yep, I'm gonna send you an invitation. It will pop up. It'll ask you if you want to join the breakout room. You'll acknowledge that. You'll enter the breakout room. When you're ready to come out, you'll indicate that you want to leave. You'll see a second notice pop up that you wish to leave, and then you'll return.
Okay.
If at any
Anybody-
point you need somebody entered into the room in the meeting, I can manually assign them and drop them in.
Should this be explained in case people are watching, or?
That's why we're going to stay live on this end. So I can see if there are any concurrent viewers on YouTube and be able to put a message up indicating that the committee is in
Super.
session.
So
Okay.
once again, Carrie, does each person have to do something to move in and out of that different
Yeah.
room, or whatever?
Yep. So what will happen is in a second, when everybody indicates that they're ready and they understand, I'll hit a button to open the breakout room. It'll pop up on your screen that you've been invited to join that room. You acknowledge that by clicking the button, and it will remove you from the main meeting into the breakout meeting or executive session. Once you're done, you will push the button to leave the meeting. You will confirm that you wish to leave the meeting by pushing the button again, and then that will return you into the main session.
Okay.
Hey,
Does everybody understand what's going to happen? Any other questions?
waiting
All
for a
right.
button.
Good.
Okay. Okay. Fingers crossed.
Jenny,
Yes,
did you get the email I sent you about the parking tickets? I sent it to you on the 1st, just about the number we had written up to April 30th and then the amount we had written.
yes, and I'm sorry I haven't responded yet.
Oh,
Chief.
that's fine. I just want to make sure you got it.
Yes,
I'm
I
just
did.
trying to keep some data going, that's all.
Yes, thank you so much.
So Carrie, are other people watching us sit here do nothing?
I'm checking that now, but it is very possible that yes. There are 4 viewers on YouTube right now. One of them is me. So there are 3 people watching everybody stare at themselves.
Well, not,
Well, probably one is Joe. My,
Okay,
So who the
Hi,
other two
Joe.
are, I don't know.
yeah. And one will be the clerk. So we'll have one unknown.
so what's new?
Just trying to get by.
You and I both.
Yeah.
You and I both.
How's everybody doing?
Hard to say.
Okay.
Carrie, if we get asked to join, will it pop up on this screen? I mean, we don't, it isn't like an email, right?
No, it's not like an email. What will happen is they'll either hit the button inside the meeting to invite you to join, or someone will send me a message that asks me to assign you to the room.
Oh, I found out who the unknown is.
LP? Oh. I've had a couple messages pop in. It's me.
We're probably going to be here, I bet you, a good 30 minutes. 'Cause
Fantastic.
yeah, there's a lot of topics to talk about.
I just wanted to make sure that it didn't kill the meeting so that anybody watching from the public would just see dead air.
Right.
Now, if someone tries to sign in, is there some sort of a message that executive session ongoing or something like that?
They see us talking right now. So
So
that's
maybe-
what they're watching on YouTube. So every
So
couple
maybe-
minutes,
Right. So every now and then we should remind them that there's an executive session and we were
Correct.
told to go wait in the hall.
this is our hallway, yes. At least we don't have the water fountain to contend with.
Well, this is also much more soundproof than being upstairs.
It is. It's a lot more secure. So, all right, Chief, now you should be able to talk.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay. When I took your link and went on Zoom on my computer, it tells me it's incorrect password. I can't log on, or incorrect email. Is it my email address?
It should be the account that you created with Zoom. It's not your city sign-in or credentials. It's the separate account that makes you an authenticated user through Zoom.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just be on the phone, I guess, because I
Okay.
for some reason can't do that. So, okay. And I can mute and unmute myself here on my phone here. So whatever you
Okay.
need to do on that end. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey,
All right.
Pat, hey, Pat,
Yes.
do you want my inventory list or not? I was sending it out every Monday. I don't know if it's quite that crucial.
And it's not necessary for me unless you're running low on something. Just shoot me an email or whatever, and we can get you whatever you need.
All right, I'm good right now. Maybe the end of the week, I might need some more of those procedure masks, but I'm good now.
Okay. Very good.
All right, thanks.
Yep. No problem.
It's better than other agency executive sessions that go hours, I suppose. I'll take 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just guessing. I'm really.
Approximate, yeah.
Just jinxed us, Carrie.
It jinxed us in a positive direction, though. It'll be less.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe
No
they'll
offense.
feel bad that they left everybody here and they'll come back.
No offense, but I'm gonna shut my camera and get some other stuff done. Unless you want to look at my ear.
That information that you sent me, Jenny, was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
He had asked, the chair had asked if it had been done. And I said, I'm pretty sure that it had, but
And he's had that answer before.
I feel like I've asked you before. So yeah. But he was asking about it the other day. So,
Yeah, no, that's been provided to him before.
okay.
Carrie, thanks for doing that website for us.
Oh, anytime.
I
I wish I could make it prettier. We're hoping to get back to it.
It's fine the way it is. It's just more, we just need the function of it more than how it's going to look. But
Okay.
hopefully we can get some contractors interested and get these done.
Has anybody submitted anything since,
Not that
or
I
any
know of.
indication of interest? Okay.
Well, we have a couple contractors that had already submitted on some other ones that are interested in these too, in some of these. So that was good. That was two separate contractors that have already submitted. So that's good.
I figure I'll rebroadcast that every couple days, set it up as a schedule, at least through the 17th.
Okay.
And quite honestly, maybe every day. So,
Okay, yeah, it couldn't hurt. We need to do Census 2020 reminders too.
yeah, I did one the other day and I didn't get many hits on it. So, but we'll try again.
Okay, you know, we can even throw a tagline maybe on some of the other notices, like reminder to answer your census.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
I liked the post or the email that I believe it was you forwarded it from OFO about the percentage that had replied and the update, putting some sort of actual number to it.
Yeah, I did that have the link to that site where that information is? Because we might be able to
don't
go
recall.
I think we can go find that whenever we want to, and
Okay,
then just
perfect.
shoot out an update once in a while about how we're doing.
Yeah, I think it's a good indicator. It's a good benchmark where people can see what level we're at and we can watch, hopefully, the trend increase.
Yeah, I think so. It'd be nice if we got ahead of the county. I think the county is ahead of us right now. So, yeah.
I wonder
that
about
would be nice.
turning it into some sort of friendly competition. Let's see if we can get a better response rate or.
That'd be great. I don't know if the county would appreciate it, but that would be awesome.
It might help people outside the county though, or outside the city.
Outside the city, yeah, definitely.
It would prompt them to respond.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I wonder who's managing that for them. Do you know?
For the county, Shane, the county planner.
Okay, what? Yeah.
Not
Shane.
Karen, but Shane. Is it Shane? Yeah, sorry, Shane, if you're listening. How do you like my bus?
I love the bus. I think that's awesome. That's my favorite color out of all of them.
Yeah, like it. Trampoline had it. Let me know if you want it, and I'll put it. Maybe I just post it somewhere up on the public drive, and everybody can have it. We also have this one. If anybody wants this background.
Oh, nice. It looks like you're outside.
If I can get rid of my screen here. Yeah, there.
Nice.
Yeah, you gotta kind of move to get away from to get out of the way of the banner. But yeah, Trampoline sent us both of these. I thought they were kind of fun. Oh, we have this one. I kind of made this one too. Can you see that?
I love that one. I love the colors in that one.
Yeah, isn't it neat? That's actually on our backdrop
Page somewhere, right?
Of the you've seen it. It's on the backdrop of the canopy.
That's where. Okay, I'm like, I feel like I've seen that picture before.
Yeah.
It's a Twilight picture or something. It's not quite. Yeah.
Yeah, and they actually did it like with motion a slow-mo camera, so it's got like streaks and stuff through the big one.
That's
But,
cool.
Yeah, so I'll switch this back. Yeah, I
You
thought
see,
they were fun.
Beekman Boys is doing an largest outdoor restaurant as part of their activities. They're opening up to restaurants, I guess, in the Sharon Springs area to provide them outdoor seating on the farm.
That's cool.
It's really cool.
That's really neat. So what
do
are they
some
going to have?
really
Like,
awesome stuff.
they're going to have like individual booths for the restaurants?
I'm not sure on that part, but I know the picture, I only skimmed it quick. But they had a picture with just some outdoor round cafe style seating that they were opening up.
Cool.
So
I got a tractor coming back in. Yeah, we're looking at doing some stuff on Main Street and trying to, I don't know, do some outdoor seating on Main Street and get that figured out.
that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Addison singing to me.
Carrie, I just want you to know on the website, we've got the online payment link for water bills.
Yep.
But it's still not working. Municipay, the file, they've been testing it and trying to figure out what's wrong. So now they are communicating with KVS to see where the format is not lining up right. I don't know.
Maybe
I don't know if we should take it down until it gets working.
yeah,
put
I
it-
definitely think.
But over the weekend, I emailed them again and said, I need a resolution ASAP.
Yeah, because I mean, we've had that up there for them for a couple weeks now. We had it up,
Yeah.
I
Yep.
feel. I'll log in now and I'll remove it. And
Okay.
then when
I'm sorry it's not communicating right. And
that's all right. My
but
end's easy. It's a few buttons. So
on their side, I think from my email this weekend, I got a lot of emails between them and KVS talking back and forth as far as the file format. And they said, make it like this municipality. And she said, Oneonta is nothing like that municipality.
yeah, we're not them.
We can't do that.
All right, I want to save my
We
settings.
will eventually get it, but
Yeah, it'll happen.
I'm disappointed because I thought it was going to be up and running about 2 weeks ago.
Best laid plans.
Well, it's kind of like the phone system. It just took a while.
Yeah. Got so many windows open right now that
So, Carrie, I think it's just you and I now.
I think so. Everybody else is listening, but we're the only brave souls on camera.
Yeah.
All right, that's off the website for now. And
Right.
the settings are saved so that we can just put it back when we're
Right.
ready for it to go live.
And I'm glad that you're helping Lou with the band concerts.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, well, she called me. This was a while ago. Do you remember the first email where she said, Jenny said to get a hold of Carrie? Because I
Yeah.
said to her, I go, we can put these on Zoom some way or YouTube some way, or let's stream.
Yep.
them. I said, I'm sure Carrie can figure it out. I said, but let's get adventurous and see how it works. And I told her, I said, I don't know how the bands will be able to do their 6 feet apart and all that kind of stuff, but
Yeah. I think if we use the portable stage we'll bring the plan, the tentative plan. I mean, this is all, anybody listening, very tentative. The tentative plan is to hopefully bring the stage into Damascus so that
Yeah.
it's secured. No one's able to access it. We can encourage a lack of attendance in that way.
Yeah.
And then we'll be able to use that sound system to amplify the sound
Oh, yeah,
to
that'll
make
be,
it
yeah,
easier to broadcast live.
yeah.
So we'll see what works. I mean, and we were talking about accessibility and the amount of people that will be able to access and attend these concerts that normally wouldn't.
Yeah.
So they may get a higher viewership than normal.
And we may be able to continue it even after we're able to do them live. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That way, say they stream it into the nursing homes or, you know,
Yep.
the hospital rooms or senior citizen residents.
Yep.
You know,
And that's exactly it.
yeah. So we could still stream live it. And I don't know, this is a possibility. Would it be a possible advertising site?
What do you mean?
Well, say we were streaming it,
Yep.
but then we had advertising along the side.
We could. The goal was to use Facebook because that's where we get our higher viewership from.
Oh, okay.
We reach thousands if we use our Facebook page.
Well, I know YouTube, you're able to, because I have a YouTube account and I've gotten requests to do advertising on it, but I've never responded. And I'm just wondering if that would be a possible new revenue source.
Certainly an option. The thing I'd be worried about is, are we able to choose our ads, customize it, pick when they run? Because if they're live, we don't want an ad breaking into the middle of a session.
Well, I wouldn't have it breaking into it. I wouldn't want it to be like commercials. I would just want it to be on the side. So if they wanted to view it, they could click on it and
To
see.
do that. Yeah, we'd have to look into that.
I don't know if that's possible, but
I don't know 100% that it is, but I wonder if there was a partnership. Yeah, let me kick that around.
okay. I feel like the light in this room is making me look very washed out on the screen.
A little bit, but not bad. You're fine.
And if I turn these lights off, then I'll be like totally dark.
Then you'll be in the dark. Yeah. So if I set it up how I like to in the other room, it's completely dark. It's like those witness protection
Yeah,
statements.
I'm gonna try it and just see. Is that a little better?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm not quite so blinded from the light. Because I do have some sunlight coming into the windows. When I'm here early morning, the sun just pours in these windows and I actually get blinded by it. So I have to put my shades down a little bit. So do we need to tell the viewers we're in executive session, or is it still the same number of people?
Same. Well, I have to go back to YouTube, but I think we're pretty. Yeah, we're at the same. Oh, we've gained 2 viewers.
Okay. So
So
2
that
viewers
was
are now in executive session.
and 3. Someone else just popped in. So I'll put a little meeting currently in. And I just put a little thing up on the video itself. It should pop up as a live chat for anybody watching that we're in executive session.
Carrie, is there a way when I am at home and I remote in, when I remote into my desktop,
Mhm.
is there a way for me to do that and also be on Zoom, not through Log Me In?
Yep. Because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm logged into Zoom on my laptop,
Mhm.
but I am remote sessioned into my computer. So because it's easier to get to my email that way. So if I just minimize it. And when I need it, I bring that window back up with the Log Me In.
So,
you
and then
can see.
does that basically, then you can't see the Zoom anymore? You can't see the meeting anymore because you're bringing that up?
It would cover the meeting briefly until you minimize it and move it out of the way.
Or put it on, I wonder if I could put it on my other screen.
Oh yeah, you should be able, if you have two screens going, then absolutely. Typically, that's what I'll do. I'll have the Zoom in front of me on the laptop, and then I AirPlay it to the TV so I have any documents that I need through my computer desktop.
Okay, I'm gonna try that next time and see if I can make it work. I didn't think I could do both at the same time.
Yep. Judy, is his last name Deegan? That just came to my brain. If you're, I don't know if you're, there you are. You're muted.
And talk about terrible lighting here where I'm sitting. I think that sounds right. Yes.
Yeah, I think that too. And do you know if he's coordinating their social media response, or he's just the overall coordinator for the census portion for the county, or?
I'm not sure who's doing their social
Okay.
media for it, but he's the contact for the census through
Perfect.
the county. And he was at our meetings at OFO for the complete count committee. So he'd
Okay.
be the one to get in touch with, I think.
I like that idea of seeing if we can beat their percentage.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's healthy, it's fun, it's for a good cause.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't hurt anything.
No.
We don't have to have a prize to give away.
No. Well, I just realized there's a person in your background.
Yep. I don't know who that is. It looks like a friend of mine, but I don't think it is. I have no idea. Yeah, but I think that's a pretty cool background.
It is.
I sent
love it.
I sent it to David Hotailing. So he'll probably use it at some point.
I think I need to get a green screen for all the fun things that my computer will do. It will not run fast enough to allow me to operate without a green screen. So.
Yeah, this is like coming in and out. I don't know if I'm too close to it. I don't know what's happening here. That's part of my couch.
Oh.
So I sit at my desk and I'm like, I don't really have to participate. I'm sitting on the couch and putting the background up and I'm not worrying about it. The dog is at my feet. Another dog's up here on the windowsill. on the back of the couch. I don't know if you can see
It's
him.
real life.
Exactly. Let's see. I'll show you Gideon. Can you see Gideon right there?
I can, right up at the top. Aw.
Yes. Gideon. He's
It's like, nope.
he's not even gonna pick his head up. Yeah, we lost
I
we
see
lost
more
one of our,
cats and dogs than anything. It's great.
what's that?
I said it's great. You see people's cats and dogs and kids, and
Yeah, we lost one of ours Thursday. We had to put him down.
oh, I'm
He
sorry.
had one of our chocolate labs. He had heart issues and he was having seizures. I was on Zoom meetings and he was having seizures, and I would have to like say, "Give me a minute, I'll be right back." And he liked to be right under my feet because he didn't feel good, so he wanted to be right next to me. So yeah, my phone calls and Zoom meetings the last couple of weeks have been pretty interesting.
Oh,
Yeah. But this is Gideon back behind me, is up on the windowsill. Is Gideon. He's the size of a lab, and he lays up there like he's a cat. Looking out the window.
hi.
Well, Ginny, your prediction was so far right on.
Yeah, but
They
my
haven't come on yet.
30 minutes is almost up here. But you know me, Judy, I'm always the optimist. So
It's been 10 minutes, so I guess we should remind everybody that we're in executive session. Do we have any new people? We do.
are you getting word, Carrie?
Nothing. Nothing yet. I feel like I should have hold music playing.
We need to write a song about executive session or something. Are we at the 30-minute mark for it? Because it's 6:35.
We are just.
So Carrie, the way I would do that is I would go to log me in.
Yep.
Move that over to my other screen. And then click on my menu bar on the bottom of my computer and then go to the internet again to go to Zoom.
Yeah. Do you have the client itself downloaded, or do you do it through the internet each time?
Well, I have an option that starts Zoom,
Mhm.
and then it just brings it right up. Sorry, my office computer just went to sleep.
That's okay. You can go ahead and restart that. The angle wasn't the best. There you go. Should have set up outside. It's absolutely beautiful out there.
I know, we could have been sitting outside.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was definitely wrong about the 30 minutes.
I'm just hoping I'm not the one who jinxed it. Otherwise, Greg may be right.
Well, I told you there were a lot of topics and it was going to take a while.
Yeah. Hello.
Ew. I just mixed up meatballs. I love this where you can shut yourself right down, but still be part of the meeting.
We're going on 45 minutes.
See, Ginny, it should have started at 5.
Well, we suggested that, but that suggestion got turned down.
Oh. Yeah, I think our planning meeting is at 5 once a month before this one. I got myself all mixed up. I thought this was at 5, so I had Ginny scared earlier.
Oh, no.
She called me at 5, and I'm like, aren't you supposed to be on the finance meeting?
Yeah, I was like, oh, don't tell me I missed something that I wasn't supposed to. Not that it
Well,
matter because we've been sitting here waiting.
yeah, I had it in my calendar wrong. Oh, well.
I was telling Ginny, I feel like I should have set myself up outside on the deck.
I know I can't get cell service out there. I can't get anything, nothing. So it's frustrating.
We put an extender in so that it extends the range.
Would I have to do that through Verizon, or is there equipment I could buy that's separate?
No, you could just get an equipment. Who do you get your internet through?
Oh, internet. Sorry, I'm blanking out. Spectrum.
Yeah, it's just a little Netgear sells them. It's a little plug-in cube, and it takes your internet and it just rebroadcasts it as that's where the router is.
All right,
So, and
I'll check that out. So Spectrum
Yeah,
would
it keeps
have
more
that.
space. Amazon,
Oh, Amazon. Okay,
Office Max, Depot, Staples, all of that. They sell them all.
I'll have to check on that. Well, I might as well play with my backgrounds.
Let's see what else you got.
My old car.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad redid that for me when he was 81.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
What kind of car is it?
the 1931 Franklin.
Nice.
They were made in. They originally are from the Syracuse area. Way back then, that company.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that's the Outer Banks.
Yeah.
I gotta move. That's the view right in front of my house
Oh, wow.
down the road. Yeah. And then I'll do one more. Let's see. This is our farm.
Oh, wow. That's a view too, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just up past our barn. All right, let me
I
go
went
back
to my mom's house. Well, mom and dad, but went to my mom's house this weekend, and we went out to Barber's, to the greenhouses. We were looking for cilantro, which I forgot how hard it was to find in Middleburg.
And it's early too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And down at the greenhouses, it looks over the flats out towards Breakabine and all of that. So I had to grab a couple pictures because it's always so beautiful out there.
It is. It's absolutely gorgeous down there. Yeah, I haven't been down there in a while. I used to drive down that way all the time, once a month at least, because in my old job, we had to go down to Margaretville at least once a month. So I haven't, since I started in the city, I haven't gotten down there very much.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And then I also learned that apparently cilantro and coriander are the same plant.
Yeah, coriander's the seed. And
Yeah,
cilantro's the leaves. Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you can probably get cilantro, like if you wanted it fresh, probably down in the Hudson Valley because they're ahead of us.
okay.
And some of the greenhouses and stuff down there might have some of it. But
I grabbed whatever the little trays are called, I forget now, but of it's just seeded, so it's only about an inch or so tall. But
and that'll go fast.
oh, good.
It'll grow. Yeah, it grows pretty fast as long as it warms up a little bit and it gets good sun. This is going on an hour.
Sorry, I was wrong.
No, it's
You have no way of knowing.
nope.
I'm having a piece of chocolate. You guys want some?
Yeah, let me walk over to my fridge and get some. I love working from home, I have to say.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this remote work. What are you doing, Katie? No, we're not gonna bark. I gotta mute. The dog is woofing a little.
Carrie, have we lost any viewers or are they waiting patiently?
They're waiting. I mean, we're still at 8, so
Carrie, I have a little red icon flashing in the upper left corner. It's like a
is
red,
it a dot?
it's like a red circle and it's got something written in the center of it, but I can't make it out.
Is it the recording button?
Oh, I bet you're right.
Yeah, it says recording.
Yeah. Mine doesn't show as a circle. Thanks, Judy. It shows an actual cloud and then the words.
I'm gonna know all this stuff like the day before I have to come back to the office.
That's when you'll be ready.
Yeah. Yep. I just got a docking station ordered. It finally came in last week to connect the second monitor. So all this time I've been working on just this little tiny laptop screen. It's like right before we're starting to come back, I get my
comes in, yeah.
Or I can get my second one hooked up. Yep.
I figured out a way to put it up on the large screen TV with the Apple Play.
Nice.
So my second screen is like a, I don't know, 55, 50, whatever size inch. Comes in very handy when doing minutes, let me tell you. It's going to be very hard going back.
Can you split that big screen into smaller individual screens? Is there a way to do that?
There is, but it makes the windows much smaller and harder to read. At least on mine it did. Because I got greedy and said, well, if I can look at 2 windows, why not try and look at 3? And figured the screen was big enough, but the resolution just doesn't really make it. So it's worth it for me at least.
Okay, because I bought like it's a bigger screen than I have at the office. I got the 3 screens, and this screen I have here is bigger than any of those 3. But going from my little laptop to that big screen is like shocking.
Yeah.
So I think I got a little too big, because it's just like, whoa, every time I move something over it shocks me. So
you could probably, if it's that big and the resolution is such as it is, you may be able to put both of them there and still be able to see.
Okay.
So.
I'll have to try it out. How do you do that where you split the how do you split the screen?
What I've been doing is I just minimize the window or make it so that it's manipulative, able to be manipulated. There we go.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah. And then I put it on one half and then the other on the other half.
Okay. All right. I've done that. I thought there might be a more professional way.
Yeah.
Like
there is. If you bring it over and you hover it, it'll automatically size appropriately. But then I find it doesn't work as well on the split screen when you get to the middle.
Okay.
So, because it has to differentiate if you're trying to move it to screen 1 or 2 versus leaving it there.
Just throwing it in there and getting it to fit. Okay. I'll try that. Actually, I think I had it working like that the other day. But all right.
Okay, it looks like they're coming back.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody.
Thank you. We've been teleported.
This is a great new way to travel.
I don't want to hear no beam me up Scotty jokes, okay, Len?
I just said that. I didn't say beam me up, Scotty. I said I've already been teleported. I just went to the conclusion. All right, so Ginny, I think we're up to item number 5 on the agenda. If you would take over.
All right, thank you. The bids came in for the water treatment plant, the electrical upgrade. There were 4 bids, and I'm sorry, I'm pausing here. I have so many papers in front of me.
I believe it's Blanding Electric.
Yes. One moment. I apologize. Yes, it was Blanding Electric from Vesto, New York, who had the lowest bid for $62,833. And this was in the 2020 budget at $65,000. So it will be fully covered by the 2020 budget. And I can email you the detail which I got from Jamie today on all 4 bidders. So you'll have it for council vote next week.
Great. Any committee member have any questions for Ginny? John, none. Mark?
Not at this moment.
Scott?
This is part of the upgrade that we're already doing for the, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Yeah, this is the electrical part.
Okay.
I think we're good. Ginny, we'll move that on up to full council.
Okay.
I think we're moving on to the Wilbur Lake Dam capital project.
Okay, I'll speak for a moment, but I believe Greg is going to jump in to tell you about the details of the project. As my narrative informed you, the New York State DEC dam safety has required the city to bring the Wilbur Lake Dam into total compliance with the current dam safety requirements. And the project was approved in July of 18 with a budget of $750,000 pursuant to a CDBG grant award. We were awarded in February of 19 for $631,000, but the final engineer's estimates of the probable cost will exceed that $631,000. And I provided you the list of reasons why it was going to exceed: work on the existing water supply valves, the construction, administration, and design costs, the overlay of entire concrete spillway with an additional 8-inch thick concrete. This is necessitated by DEC to maintain the current volume of the water that's stored in the reservoir. And also there was underestimated the unit of the concrete. We got to remember these estimates were done in 2018. And we had the bid opening today. And Greg, I will let you take over from here if you want
Thanks,
to
Ginny.
do more of the capital project. Thank you.
Sure. We had 6 bids today, which is a good turnout. Unfortunately, the prices are coming in quite a bit higher than our estimate, our original budget. And as Ginny started to talk about, there are some of the reasons for that. Essentially, obviously, we have to bring the dam into current compliance with DEC requirements. And in that permitting process, our consultant, CT Mail, was working with DEC and identified a couple of things that really increase the scope of work for this project. And that's why you'll note that the amount is much higher. So the apparent low bidder is $1,655,506.60. The next low bidder was about $1.75 million. And all the other 4 bidders were over 2 million, approaching 2.5. So we still have some work to do to review the bid and make sure that everything is in order with Wynn Construction, the apparent low bidder's bid. Again, that was 1.655 million. There are additional project costs related to engineering, design, and construction administration. We've already hired CT Mail, obviously, to do the design and obtain permits through DEC. They'll be overseeing construction throughout the project as well, which we anticipate will start relatively soon here if we award this project, probably within a month. Our grant deadline, the $631,000 that we do have, that needs to be expended by the end of November of this year. So we're going to look to move quickly on the project and get it done. We have plenty of time to do that. But there is a deadline that we have to meet in order to be able to be reimbursed for those funds. So, are there any questions at this point? I can answer those, or I can talk about how we'll fund the rest of it, which essentially, and Ginny can jump in here as well, but we're going to recommend that we bond for that additional $1.369 million. The water fund can't absorb that sort of a hit without bonding.
Yes, and thank you, Greg. That will be my recommendation, is to bond the balance of the project. We're estimating with the additional cost that the project is probably going to be about $2 million. So less the grant of the $631,000, we'll be bonding about $1.4 million. And one thing about water bonds is that they do not go towards our debt margin because they are considered a life source. And so that is one good thing when we have to borrow for the water fund. Also, we would be able to probably get a 30-year bond on this project, which will be able to reduce the annual payments out. We already have a recently approved bond resolution for $725,000 for the other reservoir area, the lower reservoir. So we could issue these bonds together with the upper and the lower reservoir bond resolution. Do you have any questions on that?
Do any of the committee members have a question for Ginny or for Greg? So if we kick this can down the road, what's our options?
Unfortunately, we really don't have an option to do that. Number one, DEC they haven't issued us a consent order at this time because we've obviously, since we had the inspection and deficiencies were noted that needed to be corrected, we've been working with them to, on a pretty quick timeline, quick as far as it's been three or 4 years now. But because we've been pressing that project forward, they're not coming down on us. If we say we're not going to do the project, we can expect to be issued a consent order, which would mandate us to do the work as soon as possible. It's not really something we can push off. There's safety concerns with the dam, and we really need to take care of them. The other concern, of course, is the CDBG funding deadline of end of November, early December. There's not really much time to push that down. There's no other funding source that I'm aware of other than CDBG funding for dam projects like this. New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation does not fund water supply projects, at least surface water supply projects that I'm aware of. I haven't found any other funding source. So.
And so, Greg, what's taken place to get us this far down the road? It says here that the project was approved July 13th, 2018. How did we have basically?
That was when the application was submitted to CDBG. The grant was probably awarded in December, around there. We hired CT Mail sometime in early 2019. They submitted the permitting application to DEC this past winter. That takes a few months to be approved. And at this point, we're just now ready to bid, or just did the bid and ready to award the project.
Yeah, and Len, if I recall, this was a CFA grant. So it takes 6 months for a CFA grant to be approved. It often takes another 6 months, if not sometimes a year, to get a contract signed. So it's unfortunately that's the way it goes.
No, I was just curious if the DEC said it's a critical project, why funding didn't come sooner. That's all. It's just at the worst possible time for the city to have to bond for 1.6, 1.7 million.
Yeah, DEC has no funding that I'm aware of for their dam safety program for dam owners.
And at this price, I mean, how much of the dam is getting rebuilt?
It's not rebuilding if you can picture the Wilbur Lake Dam, it's an earthen dam. We're not reconstructing the earthen dam at all. We'll be leveling off the top of it, replacing the low level drain with a new siphon drain, and there's some other intermediate level drains that will be receiving some new valves so we can control the level. The spillway needs to have its walls raised. That's a concrete spillway. If you walk in there, you'll see that the water spills over many days. That needs to be raised a little bit, the walls to pass a design flood, and the spillway itself needs to be resurfaced with another 8 inches of concrete in order to eliminate the flashboards that are there now and bring the spillway up to maintain the current reservoir volume. And this is the city's primary water supply. Something where we need to maintain the current volume to reduce it any further would just increase our risk in the future drought situations. There's some work along the closure embankments, which are the embankments that meet up with the spillway. Those need to be reconstructed. They have a lot of trees that grew in them. We removed the trees. The stumps are there now. A dead stump in an embankment is going to rot. It's going to create a void. It's something that needs to be ripped out and basically reconstructed so that it's a solid structure. So it's not what I would say is a huge scope. We're not reconstructing the dam. That would be much more money. But this is necessary maintenance and some improvements to get it up to current standards.
One thing, Ginny, could you just clarify? This money would be borrowed by the water fund, correct? And it would get paid back by the water fund. So it would not affect our general budget. This money would have to get paid back by raising the water rates. Correct,
Right.
Jenny?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor. And just so everybody knows, right now, the minimum for the water fund, the minimum rate is $208 a year, or about $17 a month.
Didn't the water just get raised though, the water and the sewer, both?
Yes, they both got raised 5%. I'm going to be recommending that again. My original request for 2020 was to raise the water 5% and the sewer 10%, but the council ended up approving 5% for both, and the minimums went up $10 a piece.
I'm just concerned with bonding, and I mean, I understand where Greg's coming from. We're kind of stuck here, but we just raised water rates, and now we're going to talk about raising water rates again, and we're not knowing the true effect of what's going on, what hits we're taking in the economy, how long they're going to last, how much we're going to, and go down that route. I mean, it's troublesome, is what I'm saying.
Scott, I understand your concerns, and I totally get the impact that it'll have on the residents. But I also understand that this is a mandate, and that we're going to have to do it, and we're going to have to fund it. I also, if you were involved in any of the budget presentations that I made last fall, my presentation was for a 5-year plan to raise the rates both in water and sewer over a 5-year plan by at least 5% each year, to build up our reserves within the funds for infrastructure repairs. And then after the 5-year mark, we can start looking at lowering the annual increase. But going slow and steady and consistent will compound the amount of funds that we've got to work with over the next 5 years. I will be doing basically the same presentation again this fall. And we will have more information at that time as far as what we're looking for. But in the 2020 budget prep, I informed the council at that time that we had over $6 to $7 million worth of water infrastructure repairs that we needed to fund and to perform. Our infrastructure is aging, and the repairs have been, I don't want to say delayed, but they're getting to the point where we can no longer let them not happen.
So that's why we're looking at a long-term plan of, and if you think about it, as I said, the water rate right now is $208 for the minimum bill, which is $17 a month.
No, no, I understand that 100%. I'm just maybe just thinking a little bit too far outside the box, but maybe there's a way that we could start helping instead of always looking at raising like a tax or something like that, but maybe like a curbside frontage or something like that, so that even nonprofits that are utilizing our services can contribute to it, you know.
Well, the nonprofits that are using water are paying their water bill.
Yeah, this money can only come from the sale of our water. This is not, we don't pay this with our tax revenue. Ginny, how many years did the city go? Do you have a clue without raising the water rate?
The water rates, I do not have that right off the top of my head, Mayor. I'm sorry. I think the past few years we have been doing some small increases, but I do know the sewer rates went 5 years with no increases.
I think, possibly one of the mistakes that were made in previous years was we go too long without raising rates. And, sometimes you hurt yourself when you don't raise taxes and nobody wants to raise taxes or raise rates. But when you do that, that allows you to build up a reserve so that you could pay for these type of things. And, you pay for it now or you pay for it later. When you don't raise taxes or raise rates for years, then eventually you have to pay for it.
I'm sure some of these projects keep getting pushed off. And now we're just to the point where we can't push them off anymore. And it's just really bad timing for us.
Yeah, I mean, there is a backlog of work in our water system and as well as our sewer system that we need to address. And that's what Ginny and I are looking at, trying to present that in a better way in this year's budget process, using some software. We can do some analysis for, over the next 20 or more years that'll show how our rates need to be adjusted over time to get to the point where we're at a point where we don't have a huge backlog of projects.
Water's a basic health need, so we lose the dam, we're in big trouble.
Right. I mean, the good thing is after this project, we're going to have a dam that's in total compliance with the current regulations, and it should be expected that that's going to be the case for another half century or more. Major upgrade.
Right, and to Ginny and Gary's point, I dug out my paperwork that was presented at 2019 budget hearing that Scott and I were at, and our city manager had made a comparison that what we pay for a bottle of water here in Oneonta, you could actually buy 523.56 gallons of city water. And then he also listed out that communities near us, I'll give an example, the village of Cooperstown pays approximately $583.16 for water and sewer, whereas we're paying $418. So just to give you a comparison, and actually we're the second lowest. Looks like the town of Cooperstown pays $11.66. So I think the 5% to get us up closer to help fund this. So my question to you, Ginny, is by raising 5% for the next 5 years, how much money will you have put in the reserve to help pay for this? And I'm assuming it's a typical bond schedule. So if we bond it out for 30, we can't pay it off early. So
Len, I don't want to answer that question right now from memory. I would rather refresh my memory on those calculations that we did based on the 5-year projection.
Okay.
But our goal is to get $3 million in the reserve. And I think with our 5-year projection, we thought we were going to hit that mark. So that way, when we have water main breaks or something of an emergency repair, we've got that money on hand.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, I guess as chair, obviously we have to get this project completed. Our city staff has told us that, so I have no objection of moving it forward. Does anybody have an objection to move it forward? Hearing none, the item will be moved to the floor.
And just on a good note, if you don't mind me adding it, Len, is we're refinancing the 2013 issue, and a majority of that debt is in the water fund. So that's going to lower the interest expense that we currently have for that issue.
Okay, good. Thank you for sharing the good news.
You're welcome. And I originally had reported that we thought it was going to be about 142,000 over that remaining period up to, like, I think it was 2032. But the numbers that are coming into me this week, that may actually be doubled. So I don't want to quote it until the final numbers come in.
Okay.
But it looks like it will be a very good savings for the city.
Good. Moving on to, do you need to talk about the resolution then?
Well, the resolution is basically, I'm going to try to have it for next council. I just received the bond resolution today for the refinancing. But I just need to get the information to bond council on this project. I'm not sure if we'll have it ready, but if we do, it'll be on the next council agenda.
Okay. And Greg, you mentioned earlier that we have until November, I think you said. So we do have plenty of time to get through this entire process and be able to collect the 631,000.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We'll be fine.
Okay. Does the price of $2 million, does that take care of any, what is the percentage of contingencies that you put to that? I think typically you said you've been doing 5%. Is that what you're using on this again?
Yes.
Okay.
So hopefully we can come in under that, but changes in construction might come up, and that 5% should hopefully cover anything that comes up.
Okay. All right. I don't want you to have to come back to the council and.
Yeah, me either.
Okay. You want to make a deal? Well, you do a push-up for every $100 that you're over budget.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Need to get in shape.
You're supposed to rebuke that by going, I'm not going to have to do one push-up. All right. Greg and Ginny, you're still up for street lights.
Okay, as the my narrative informed you, in February of 2019, the council approved a motion for the necessary contracts that has to do with the New York Power Authority conversion of the street lights, where the city's taking ownership of it. In that motion was also the approval for any maintenance agreements. And Greg will be able to provide more information as far as what those agreements entail as far as the maintenance. But those estimated costs were included in the financing through the NYPA project. And it was estimated to be about 30, and Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 22,000, something like that, for the current bid that they've got for this. This will enable NYPA to have control over the maintenance for the next 2 years, and they'll have immediate reaction if there's an outage or something like that, and the city will be able to provide a higher level of service by having this contract through them. We don't need council action on it, but we wanted to bring it for information purposes, and because the mayor already has the authority to sign this contract. And, as Greg will tell you, if we're not satisfied with the service, we will be able to then try to do it in-house. Doing it in-house, though, is going to cause, bidding for contracts, and could do it on our behalf. It will provide a great service not only to the city, but to the city staff. Greg, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Sure, just as a quick recap of why it makes sense to contract the maintenance out. So purchasing the streetlights from NYSEG, NYSEG bills us, or had billed us, for the energy usage as well as a maintenance fee per fixture. Now NYSEG's not doing the maintenance because we own the lights. We have to do the maintenance. That's not something we've ever done before. We don't have electricians on staff. We have a pretty full plate in the streets crew as it is. So from that perspective, contracting out makes sense. Also, we're going to be saving money compared to what the maintenance costs were we were paying to NYSEG, even by contracting this out. So we're still seeing a cost savings. That's why we're doing the project to begin with. With the street lights we're putting in now, not only the LED, they have the control module where you can monitor any outages. We'll instantly know that. And NYPA has a control center that'll be monitoring that. They're going to contract with more than just the city of Oneonta. So they'll be able to provide this service to multiple municipalities that convert and decide to use their maintenance program. So they'll have this contract with a contractor to get good pricing because there's volume, bring that cost per fixture down. The cost per fixture is around $19. And based on our final fixture count, it should be around somewhere around $20,000 to $22,000. And now when you see a street light out, you might call the city, you might say, hey, the street light's out. The city then has to email or call NYSEG to report the street light outage. And then by the time NYSEG gets to it, it might be a month later. This should shorten that process because there's no communication gap. We don't have to wait for someone to see the light out. We already know it's out as soon as it's out. So that's what Jenny was referring to. And she said we'll be able to provide a higher level of service to the customer. So less outages because they're LED and they're new. And anytime there is an outage, we'll be able to respond quicker. So that's the gist of it. If there are any questions, feel free.
Are we able to use this technology to our advantage, say for wireless, to be able to increase any
potentially? So each street light is essentially a node in a network, and they can all communicate from one another. There's going to be 3 or 4 gateways that connect to the internet, which is how we get the information back to a computer and able to control them. We can dim the lights or turn them on and off or do different things with them. There's also other smart cities technology that you can attach to a pole and hook into this module. Things such as temperature sensors, we can monitor the pavement condition on the road in the winter, and that might alert us to dispatch a DPW truck rather than waiting or having to wait and hear from a resident or a bus driver who says it's getting slippery on Blodgett Drive. We might know that already and have someone sent out there who will be able to have a better response time in that respect. And there are other things as well, potentially Wi-Fi in certain areas, but that's maybe another step beyond that where you need to have some fiber optic cables installed. But there are plenty of smart cities technology out there that we can look at. And that's something that's part of the grant we are getting through NYPA as part of this project. We'll be looking at that. So we'll be back here at some point to talk about what types of technology we are going to implement using that grant and how that'll affect us going forward. So that's something we're considering.
Okay, good. Any questions for city staff? No. Scott? Mark? Okay. We'll move that up to full council. We're up to E, vacant positions review.
Sure. So I guess I'll take the lead on this, and Greg and Jenny, please feel free to jump in at any point. So, obviously we've been talking about a lot of different things over the last few weeks, including, the financial impact of COVID. We do have several part-time and full-time positions vacant throughout city operations. So Greg and Jenny and I just took some time. Dave Corey in my office did a really nice job putting together the schedule. And it just shows a nice, concise illustration for you all, what our budgeted positions are, what's filled, and what's currently vacant. So Greg and Jenny and I went through and we kind of had allocated some comments to each of these. And we've made some suggestions as to, based on the needs of the different departments and the operations, where we think the hiring priority should be. So we're just looking to get from you a sense on all of our vacancies, really, based on our comments, just to have a discussion about how you feel about us filling them, keeping them open for a while. What should we plan on recruiting for right away, and what would you like us to hold off on? So maybe we should just go through I don't know if everybody's had a chance to review it, but maybe it would make the most sense just to go through it briefly. And does that make sense? Yeah. Greg, most of these are yours. I know that there's several vacancies in the police department, so Doug can speak to those. So maybe we should just start by going through the schedule in the comments.
Sure. So the first one that shows up, I believe, is in code enforcement. Code enforcement inspector. That's something we're recommending we wait until fall and reevaluate and see where we're at. Given everything, that's something that we're getting by now, and we'd like to see if we can get by a little longer. Unless anyone has any objections to that, I think we can come back here and discuss this again in September. You'll see also to the part-time section for code enforcement, there's a part-time that's typically filled by a student worker. Steve will typically have a student worker from one of the colleges helping out in the office, and that's something that we can get by without. Reevaluate that in the fall when students may or may not be back. We might have a good candidate for that. 2 laborer positions. You'll see in 2019 there were 0 budgeted. In 2020 there were 2. And the reason for this is typically the code enforcement office has contracted out any property maintenance work. So if someone a property is not mowing their grass, or there's garbage on the lawn and it's not being taken care of by the property owner, maybe it's a vacant property, the code enforcement office will send out its contractor to take care of that, and we'll bill the property owners. So that's been somewhat problematic, difficult to administer at times, both through the code office and in finance. So we thought a better way might be to hire our own part-time laborers and use a city truck to accomplish these tasks. And that's something we're looking to do. We don't have the truck yet. We ordered a new truck this year for this purpose. So filling the positions immediately is not a high priority because they don't have a truck to use. However, we expect that truck to be here sometime in the next few months, hopefully. And at that point, we'd be looking to fill these. In addition to summer maintenance work, they'd be handling winter sidewalk, snow blowing, and shoveling for those same types of properties that aren't complying with the city's ordinance. An added benefit of these, if everyone was complying with, and everyone's mowing their grass, and everyone's taking care of their snow and other issues, or there's not enough work on a weekly basis for the code office, these employees can help out DPW with other tasks such as brush pickup or mowing city right of ways or in the parks and that sort of thing, where we can always use some extra help. So it's not something that's going to be wasted. Their hours will be adjusted based on the work that's available for them. So basically, we're asking to recruit and fill those positions as soon as they're needed, which is sort of to be determined based on the timing of the equipment arriving.
So, Greg, being a new council, how much were we spending on outsourcing that particular task?
Jenny?
I want to say between $30,000 and $35,000 a year. And not only was it time consuming for the code enforcement office to reconcile everything with the contractor, but then everything needed to come into the purchasing department to verify the bills, and it also required certified payroll. So it was incredibly administrative heavy. And having our employees do the work instead of a private contractor will have better control for code. It will eliminate the purchasing totally, and then it will just come into finance for the billing to the homeowners.
And so you guys feel that you can find 2 part-timers that want to do this?
Yeah, we're fairly confident there's some people out there, possibly some retirees that would be interested in the work, but that'll be part of the recruitment process. But Katie, feel free to jump in.
Okay.
I would agree. We have some retired DPW employees who would be perfect for the task, but truthfully, we're not even sure what the labor pool looks like right now because we haven't really started to look yet.
Okay.
Greg, just to ask this clarifying question, you're looking for 2 part-time folks. Is the need for 2 time? Is there that much work that we need 2, or could that possibly be done by 1? What's the status on that type of work?
I think it'd be most efficiently done with two part-timers. It's possible to do it with one, depending on the workload. I guess we'll find out. But that was kind of the estimate. Talking with Steve and the amount of work that the contractor's doing, they don't just send around one person. They have a couple, I think, that go around and do it. So that's kind of what our initial estimate was. But over time, I guess we'll see what works best. But again, like I said, any work that they're not doing, in their 20 hours or whatever it is per week that they're able to work for us, it's not filled up by code enforcement work. They can help out in DPW where we're always, we always have a lot of tasks to do. It seems as though we're often behind on brush pickup, especially when we're down a few full timers. So that's something they could jump in and pitch in and help out on.
Great, thanks.
And also, if I could just add to that, just so you know, the contractor did not work by himself. He had a team of employees.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, so next in engineering, you'll see it's listed as a GIS technician. We've actually revised a new job description. It's called engineering GIS technician, which is a position that's been vacant since January of this year. The incumbent left for another job, and we're hoping to fill this. It's something I think we can wait until September to start recruiting and to hire someone at that point. I wouldn't want to wait much longer. It's something that's kind of fallen through the cracks now. I try to take care of as much of the duties as I can, but that's, GIS is not my expertise. I'm proficient in it, but not an expert. And there's a lot of, so if you're not familiar with GIS, Geographic Information System, it's a way of organizing information geographically. So we see a map, we're able to have all of our assets. For instance, in Public Works, we'll have all the water lines, sewer lines, streets, roads, parcels laid out there. You can select them and contain information. It's just a better way of organizing information rather than the old filing cabinet method, organizing them alphabetically or something. Makes it easily accessible. We can link that to mobile tablets in the field that our crews have, so they can access existing information about a water valve or a property if they're in the code enforcement office. This is something that I think we can expand the use of GIS. It's not just necessarily needing to be one position, but it's something that can be utilized by a lot of departments. I'm sure the police department and the fire department could benefit from the use of information being displayed geospatially at some point. Maybe that they're not doing now, but I'm not sure about that. We're not even to the point to expand there just yet. But in this position it's someone who's kind of a libero, if you will. They can handle the GIS aspect of things, but they're also going to pick up miscellaneous engineering, public works tasks where they're going to help out in construction inspection. They're going to help out with some surveying work, different things like that. So it's really a key position, but it's something that we can get by without for a little longer. So we're going to recommend we wait until fall and reassess then. The next one is the engineering aide, which is a seasonal position, like an intern. Typically have one of those in the summer to do a project or two. We're just not going to fill that this year. Realize some savings. Next is community beautification. This is what we refer to as our buildings and grounds crew. Downtown, we have a part-time or a couple of part-time seasonal employees that maintain all the plantings, the flower ground planters on Main Street, watering all the flowers on Main Street. The garden club plants the flower pots, but we have to maintain them throughout the summer. Also, the Veterans Walkway, Appleball Gardens, any other plantings, lettuce, highway, the Miller Park there. Those sort of things need to be maintained. And these, we have one hired now. We'd like to hire the other one on a part-time basis for the summer and early fall season to make sure we stay on top of that stuff. We have a full-time custodial worker vacancy. Our City Hall custodian left the city employment. Currently, we're covering that position with one of our other buildings and grounds maintenance workers. That's something that we can get by for now, but we would like to sooner than later fill that position because, again, in the summer, what that takes away from is our ability to do smaller projects, building projects, in different facilities, and also our ability to stay on top of cleaning downtown. So we do want to fill that position, and we're recommending we actually fill that as a buildings and grounds maintenance worker, which is a different title, another grade or two higher. We think we can attract a quality candidate with that title, and it's also going to match the title of the other employee in that area. It makes them a little bit more interchangeable, a little bit more flexibility for what we can do.
I would also add, Greg, with that particular vacancy, while we've identified, with COVID not necessarily going anywhere, while we have a real emphasis on cleaning and disinfecting, it's really important that we have that crew as full as possible, given the additional cleaning activities that we have them performing. So there's a lot of work that they have to do and not necessarily enough people to do it right at the moment.
Yeah, with city partially occupied the last few months, it's helped, but as we start to bring more people back, more cleaning that's required, it takes more time, and it's going to make it more difficult to keep up.
And Greg and Katie, you're increasing the skills that you're looking for. If we're increasing the salary, we're increasing the skills wanted, correctly?
Yes. Katie, or Jenny, you want to handle the next one, finance?
Sure. Katie, do you want me to take it or do you want to take it?
I'm sorry, Jenny, I was just trying to catch up on the schedule. You go ahead.
Okay. As you know that we have the accountant position vacant. We had an excellent candidate who unfortunately rescinded her acceptance of the job. So we are now looking into reassigning the personnel assistant to assist in the finance department. The learning curve for this person will be much shorter than a new hire, and we're hoping that it will work out beautifully in sharing the duties between personnel and finance. It will also provide some savings for this year, and we're going to see if indeed this will work. And we're very confident that it will work, and we will just see how it goes. So I'm hoping that we have the support of the council to try this approach, and we'll get cross-training done and redistribute duties between all the current staff members. And hopefully it will be an exciting new approach, and at the same time save some money. Any questions?
We would like to try it at least on a temporary or interim arrangement. I mean, just to see if the arrangement works. Just thought I would add that, but thanks, Jenny. Shall we continue to move along if there's no questions on that one? Okay. I don't know if Chief Pigeon is here. Chief, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I'm on the phone.
Okay, hi. So in the next, we note that there's a couple part-time firefighter vacancies. Now, I don't know, Chief, if you have anything you want to add, but we have interviews later this week for 3, 1 tomorrow and 2 on Wednesday, part-time candidates. So we are actively looking to fill those vacancies if we possibly can. As we've shared with the council previously, part-time firefighters are great, but it also the learning, the training, and the investment of time into depending on where the candidate's training is when they come to us, it can take between 1 to 2 years, best case scenario, for a part-time firefighter to be trained and able to pitch in and make a difference in the department. So it's kind of a long-term investment in part-time firefighter candidates. Is that a fair assessment, Chief?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Any questions on the fire before we move on? No? Okay. So the next is grant administration. So there's the council adopted a position into the budget for help for Judy, and we were recruiting for earlier this year. We were looking either for a community development assistant or potentially a deputy director of community development, just to kind of gauge the candidate pool and try to get the best fit for the department. So after discussion with Judy, she's agreed. We've decided to postpone the recruitment of that position, and we'll reevaluate that one in the fall as well. Any questions on community development? No? Okay. The next vacancy on the schedule is the city manager. Obviously, we've put on there defer to council, so we've made no recommendation there. Next, in personnel, so it's obviously a double-sided transaction. So reassigning the full-time personnel assistant to finance, even on a temporary basis, will mean that we would need to hire a part-time position, which is currently not budgeted, in place of hiring the full-time accountant. So a reassignment of the personnel assistant from personnel to finance, where there will be some shared duties, and then the addition of a part-time person to help out with some of the clerical administrative tasks is what we're looking for. Sound good? Yeah? Okay. Next is police. So Chief, so I don't know if you have this scheduled, Chief Brenner, if you have this in front of you. So we're showing that we have, and the schedule is a little misleading, because in addition to the actual vacancies listed here, we have 2 anticipated vacancies in the department, one as a dispatcher and another officer. So Chief Brenner, do you just want to talk a little bit about, your hiring strategy, your plan?
Yeah, we we have one in the academy right now. We have one waiting to go to the academy. That one starts mid-July. The one who's waiting to go to the academy is currently filling our dispatcher position. So when she leaves, it'll be that one, or not leaves, when she goes to the academy, we'll have that one open as well. We're going to be losing another one of our dispatchers come October, I think, because they're going to be joining the military. And I actually have an appointment with an investigator from another department on Thursday about one of our officers leaving for a lateral. We figured that was probably in the works. We just didn't know when, but if they're this far along, we're probably looking in July, they'll be gone. That knocks me down even further than where I wanted to be. So not only do I have the one opening, 2 in the academy, I might end up with another opening. That's 3 or 4, I guess. Out of 15 patrol officers, that's roughly, a third. We have, at this point, with the civil service laws and our current list, we only have a small amount still on the list that we haven't canvassed or done background on. They're the ones who scored lower. Now, traditionally, we lose a lot of our potential candidates in the physical fitness portion. We could look into re-canvassing them to see if they've improved from the last time, maybe getting some quality candidates. The problem I run into is then getting them to an academy. The next academy starts the end of July. So we are already late to start the hiring process off the new one. We could probably put it in full gear and maybe hit that deadline. And the other problem with the academy in July is it's expensive. Right now I have a budget line because of the dropouts from the other one to send the one person who was scheduled without any additional costs. However, if I was to send another one there, it would be expensive. Reason why it's expensive, because the one we use in Broome provides housing at no extra cost, where this one we would have to provide housing for them. I do have a little bit of a solution for the full-time dispatcher position when our current recruit goes to the academy. I've got an officer out on a medical leave who's looking for a light duty assignment, and that might just work right up his alley for a while until he gets back full time. That might buy me a couple months there. But those will have to be filled eventually, because what we find out is we end up having officers working the shift for overtime, which just doesn't make financial sense over the regular cost of a dispatch. Katie, do you want to throw anything else in there?
No, I think you've done a terrific job.
Thanks. Any questions?
I should add that it might be a little tricky. It might be a little, so as the chief mentioned, we're getting down to the lower band of scores for the remaining civil service test that was administered last fall. It was we anticipated administering the exam again this fall to give us a brand new pool of candidates. However, we're not sure if the state will be offering the exam in the fall. And even if they are, given that we're really not sure if schools will be open or if we'll have a place suitable to hold the exam, if we're actually going to be able to give it, even if the state does hold it. So the list that we have right now, we might be stuck with for 2 years, but we're not entirely sure. So that's just something to keep in mind as we're evaluating hiring police officers. So,
Chief, another consideration, we don't know what's going to happen with our college students this year. The plan is tentatively, I expect that they will be back. They will likely not be back in the same numbers that we've had in the past. There will be an effort to have them stay on campus more than they have in the past. So would that alleviate some of our need for staffing in the coming year?
I think obviously that's possible. It would alleviate the need. Probably generally when the students are here, we work extra shifts and we have a budgeted amount for overtime to cover those when the students are here. If not as many students are here or a shorter amount of time, which I think has also been discussed, it would probably save in that area. But the baseline of what we need, it might be a little bit easier for the guys on that line. As far as for uniform officers, as far as dispatchers, we always got to have someone in the station answering the phone. I would like to say, I think what it does is it just kind of relaxes the urgency a little bit.
Scott, do you have a question?
I was just during the summer and stuff with the college students not be here, and I don't know how the contracts are written or anything. But would the parking officer be able to cover any dispatch within your department to help alleviate there for a while? Would that be a possibility for you, or am I way out of bounds with that?
Oh, no. That's a possibility. Tim, we have him certified to run, license plates and things like that, because he covers for us now once in a while when that happens. The problem is to rely on him consistently to do that may not be the best idea, because parking comes up or animal complaints or dog complaints, things like that. Tim's kind of our jack of all trades here. We could certainly use him to help out, and he's a great employee. He's more than willing to.
So, Chief, I guess my question is, you have somebody that's going to go to the July Academy, correct?
Correct, yes.
So you plan for that cost in your 2020 budget? And
No,
you don't have enough wiggle room within your budget to get another 2? Because I think I remember that back in the fall or in the winter, you advised us that you were going to send 4 to the academy, and we're down to 2. So I'm just concerned that we're going to lose maybe another year before we have potentials.
Yeah, what I see, we normally use the One Academy down in Broome, which fiscally is extremely cost effective. Their tuition is $900 and they provide housing. The only thing I got to do is provide them food. So I budgeted for 4 to go to that academy. Well, we only have 1 there now. So I have the leftover amount of 3. Now the other academy is a tuition of $3,600. I still have to buy them food and I have to pay for a hotel for them to stay in. So the cost of sending 3 to Broome equals 1 to Zone 5.
Right, but does that equal, but does that compensate for the overtime? You're going to start covering quite a few shifts here.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's the other part of it. You know, they're covering, you know, they're covering the over, or that person is now working the dispatcher shift that would normally be that. So it is, yeah, and that'll come out of the overtime budget, you know, if anyone has to work that.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that the cost of the school weighs more than the overtime?
Oh, I've never really compared the two, so I don't know how much overtime there would be with it. But I have a year to get someone to the academy, so.
Okay.
If there's no
Okay,
other
then.
questions, I think we'll move on. Greg, I think you're up next. This goes into public works stuff.
Okay, yeah, next up under the streets crew, we have 2 current vacancies, heavy equipment operator. And down in the parks crew, we've got 1 vacancy, a motor equipment operator. So we'd like to recruit and fill all 3 of those positions. The summer obviously is our busy time, probably busiest time on the streets crew as well as the park crew. Parks is down to 2 people right now, and without any part-timers as well, which I'll talk about in a second. It's getting next to impossible for them to keep up with things. Going much longer, you'll start seeing grass growing longer than it should in the parks, and brush getting left behind on the streets longer than we'd like, which is already kind of the case in a few instances. So we really are pushing to get these filled as soon as we can. We can't go with really any deficiencies there for long without us feeling the effects and having them be visible. So we had budgeted for 2 seasonal workers on the streets crew. We really only need 1 there, the way it works out. So we're looking just to recruit and fill that 1 position. We've got someone who's willing to come back, who was here last year. As soon as we get the authorization, we can have that person on board. In the parks, seasonal workers, we budgeted for 6. We have 2 who we drafted them from OPT temporarily, given OPT's got a little bit less going on with less runs going on and some bus drivers helping out with some of the cleaning duties. Their 2 cleaners have come over to work seasonally with the parks crew, and they're helping out right now. They've been a big help. We'd like to hire 2 more, and along with filling that full-time parks position, we think we'll be okay. We can forego the other 2 for this summer. And again, we have 2 returners who had expressed interest in coming back this year. So if given authorization, hopefully we can at least fill the part-time positions very quickly, and we'll get right on recruiting for the full-time positions if allowed to do so. Water distribution, we had budgeted for a seasonal worker. This is someone who could work on the water, what we call our water and sewer crew. Probably see them around painting hydrants and doing other miscellaneous tasks, helping out on various jobs. And that would be something that would help that crew out tremendously as well. So we would like to recruit and fill that position. Any questions on that section? Okay. What's next? Transportation. Katie?
Yeah, sure. Transportation, basically the gist is that we're going to kind of wait and see what happens with the colleges and reevaluate OPT staffing late in the summer. Right now, Dave Hoteling has been so great about just allowing his resources to go wherever needed. I mean, they're, running the city courier service, and he's loaned out his 2 bus cleaners to the parks for the summer. So there could be some help there with mowing lawns and stuff. So ultimately, we're just kind of keeping OPT where it's at, and then we'll reevaluate once we know the plan for the colleges. All right, Greg, back to you, and you can finish it up with the plants.
All right. We had budgeted a part-time or seasonal worker at the wastewater plant this year. We hadn't filled that position in the past, and so it's not something that's 100% necessary. We were thinking we might have that person do some maintenance around the plant, lawn care, that sort of thing. But we can get by with the staff that we have, so we're going to forgo that for this year. And then down at the water plant, we would like to fill the 2 positions. One's a part-time, we call it a permanent part-time position, in that they're going to work less than 30 hours on an ongoing basis. That's a position where we have a candidate that has been identified that we think would be a good fit, and we'd like to hire that person. And it's one of those roles that allows our operators more time to work on bigger projects, pump repairs or that sort of thing, where this person can take care of some of the minor maintenance things like painting and maintenance around the plant. The same goes with the seasonal worker. And the thing is with water plant, wastewater, and water and sewer and the DPW, they're showing us different departments, but they work closely together. So this, for instance, the seasonal student worker or the water maintenance mechanic at the water plant could easily be assigned to the streets, water and sewer crew for a day or a week, depending on where the needs are. But typically we've had these 2 in the water plant for the summer, and oftentimes that student worker has helped out in the laboratory and done some projects that otherwise wouldn't get done that Stan directs. So again, 2 that we'd like to fill. That concludes our positions allocated sheet. If there are any questions, please feel free.
Any committee member have a question? John, you're good. Scott? Mark? Where'd you go? There you are. Sorry, the tiles moved all over the place. We lost you. It almost felt like you went to a different hill.
No comment.
All right, so I think we're done with the position allocations, unless anybody else has something else to add. No? Thank you, Greg and Katie.
So just
Thanks, that was helpful. Sorry, Greg.
go ahead, Mark.
No, thank you. That was helpful. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying as a point of clarification, what we were hoping for is coming out of this meeting, we had the direction to go forward. So if you're in agreement with what we've laid out, is that our direction to go forward with those laid out?
I'll speak for myself, mostly because my mic is on at this point, but I appreciate you all doing a very thorough, thoughtful analysis of all the employees. And I appreciate the rationale. It seems like things have been well thought out. You're thinking about what you're not going to move on and what needs to be taken advantage of with some of the seasonal employment. So no, I would support this.
Thank you.
I also support it as is.
Yeah, I'm good as well. That's,
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I got one question for Chief Brenner real quick before we move on. What's the possibility? I know we said about recanvassing and stuff. What about maybe trying to, people want to steal our officers. What about trying to steal some of theirs back?
I'm not against accepting applications for lateral transfers at all. I think our background investigation is very thorough. If there's anyone who's not a good fit, I think we would find that out without a problem. We just got to be careful, kind of like, I don't know if it's ethically or morally, in trying to advertise to take other officers. That doesn't always go over well with other departments. But if there's anybody who would be interested within our department, wants to come work for us, who's already, meets all civil service requirements, we'd be more than happy to entertain that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jenny, I'm just trying to pull up all of the allocations. Do you have yours up and running?
Yes. You need me to resend them to you?
No, I have them.
Okay.
I was just trying to go between the different emails. Does any of the committee members have any questions for Ginny on the budget transfers? She had sent us some from 2019 and 2020, along with ones that were incurred during the COVID crisis. John, you're good? Mark?
I'm good, thanks.
Scott?
I just have one question. What was truck 307 and the damage and?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I got more information on that today. As I explained in my narrative, the central garage budget is based on averages over the past 3 years. And when I looked at the water plant, truck 307, the repair that was done in 2020 basically eliminated the budget for 2020. It was over a $4,000 work order. Part of that was for an accident repair, and we had received the insurance proceeds on it. And it was confirmed today that the part of that work order that was related to the accident is exactly what we got from our insurance proceeds. The rest of it was just all maintenance to the engines and to the brakes. And it just happened to be that it was a pretty expensive repair. Now, will I need more for the end of the year? I'm going to probably say yes. But if we don't use it, then the funds will be available for other purposes. So as far as the insurance proceeds that we received on the accident, we did get the proper reimbursement.
Is truck 307 a pickup truck or?
Oh, that I cannot tell you. Greg, do you know? I believe it is a pickup truck, but.
Yes. Yep. Pickup truck.
Is that like a newer truck? Is that why we put that amount of money in it, or?
I'm not sure the year that's off the top of my head, but that would be a question for Charlie. Typically, he's making the determination as to whether it's worth saving, and in the case of the accident, there's an insurance claim, and that's kind of the determining factor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's just 307. I'm like, I don't even know what a 307 was.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it
is a 2012 vehicle.
Okay, thanks.
So I did have a couple of questions. We did the switch to the new Verizon telephone system, correct? And that is complete?
We switched from Verizon. We went to Altus. Yes, we switched from Verizon. And it is about 99% complete. We just have a couple more phones that need to get ported over for the public safety building.
Okay, so Zulte is our new carrier. And so have the department heads gotten back to you about the continuity of the switchover, or they have any difficulties? And if they are, what are they?
There were some challenges in the switchover because we had to do this remotely. What was scheduled was for on-site training before the switchover happened. And the training was going to be from just basic how to answer the phone to learning all the bells and whistles. And because of the shutdown situation, we had to do the training remotely, which did propose some challenges. We also had some challenges with Verizon. They would not port our phones for us. It actually took weeks for them to finally agree and get the necessary information to get the lines ported. Then we had some cabling issues when we started this project down at the public safety building. The cabling down there is outdated. It will be a project for the future to update all the cabling that is in that building, even just for their security cameras and the phone systems and whatever other technology developments will happen down there. But that's for a future project. So we did the minimal cabling that we had to do. And so that took a little bit of time. We were ready for the switchover, I want to say around March, just before the shutdown, but because of the shutdown, we got delayed a little bit longer. So we should now see the phone bills being reduced for the month of June, because Verizon will now be off, and it should save the city approximately about $500 a month for the future, basically for the next 5 years, if not more, from the Verizon price increases.
So I'm sorry, Ginny, you said we're going to save $6,000 a year?
About $500 a month, yes. That's what we're hoping for. And we have a 5-year lease contract with this phone system. So, and the reception so far, once we get all the little quirks worked out and people get trained, it's really an excellent system and people have been very happy. As soon as they learn how to use it, you know, their frustrations go away.
Okay. I think, Greg, you were just talking about in code enforcement that we're going to go back from outsourcing to having 2 part-time employees to pick up different mowing the lawn or shoveling sidewalks. And that is not going to, I think it was a transfer of $5,000, wasn't it?
Yes, and the reason that's needed, Len, is because we have incurred costs for 2020 by having the contractor and not the part-time employees. And
Right.
that is not included in the budget.
So past this invoice, how much more are you anticipating that we're going to run into before we hire the 2 part-timers?
That I cannot answer. That's why I did an estimate of 5,000. And again, if we don't utilize that money, we'll be able to reallocate it to somewhere else.
Okay. And so far this year, that was the first one that I remember picking up.
Yeah, so far this year, I want to say, so far this year, it was just under 7,000 that we've spent on the contractor.
Okay. And then we just spent $3,500 at the fire department for the material safety data sheets for an online service.
Yeah, that was just a miss in the 2020 budget. That used to be coded to what we called an emergency response department. And then that got merged into the fire department. And that just got missed in the budgeting process. So, you know, I will take responsibility for that miss and I apologize. That is a citywide online program for if an employee gets exposed to a chemical, and there's a hazardous material, it's an online source that provides the staff with the response and what chemicals that they were exposed to for any type of products. It's for a citywide use. And the fire chief is basically in charge of emergency responses.
Yeah, just to add on to that, we're able to put all of our safety data sheets for every product we use in all city buildings into the MSDS online, rather than having to have a paper copy in a binder in each building where that chemical is physically located. As long as we are able to provide access to a computer for employees to be able to look those up, that's our official record, so that this allows us to be in compliance with the law, as well as the benefit of actually maintaining the data.
So then what you both are saying is all city employees are now being trained on how to access online MSDS. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we have paper copies still in some buildings where it makes sense, where we keep a second copy there, but we've trained supervisors on how to use MSDS online.
Okay. And this $3,500, this is an annual cost now?
This is an annual cost and it will be included in the 2021 budget.
This is something that more and more companies are doing. It's very common. Because not only do you not have to keep the paper books, you don't have to go constantly update them. Every time you buy a new product, you don't have to update it and add documents to it. It makes a ton of sense.
Guys, anybody else have a question for the department staff? Okay. Ginny, I believe we're up to the water sewer funds report.
Okay. This morning or early this afternoon, I sent you out a memorandum that highlights the water and sewer funds. And this is an update from my May report that I had given you. The 2020 water and sewer annual billing. I just wanted to update you on, as of June 3rd, we've collected about almost 46% of the bills. In comparison to 2019, by the end of the first month, which was April, we collected 77%. So this shows that residents are benefiting from the extended 30-day collection period. And I'm assuming that by the end of June, we'll be right back to around to the 77%, but I will update you by the end of June on that. The water fund financial highlights, I just gave you updated information on the adopted and adjusted budget with the current recorded revenues and expenditures. And for the COVID-19 estimated revenue losses, I provided you with a schedule of estimates on possible losses depending on the severity of the COVID-related economy effects. And also a great factor in these projections are if the colleges close for the month or for the fall semester. And you will see that from level 1 up to level 5, the estimated loss ranges from 328,000 to 1.2 million. And in level 1, for the college loss of revenues, I have $125,000 estimate. Level 2 is 175, level 3 is 225, level 4, 300,000, and level 5, 400,000. I believe that level 2 is a very solid estimate for what we're actually going to lose at the 175, just based on recent activity. With the college students being sent home in March and April and May, and probably less activity for June, July, and August, I think the 175 is a pretty good estimate. But on the positive side, due to the department heads' thorough evaluation of their budgets, we have a potential of saving $593,000 in the water fund for 2020, with the majority of that being postponing the River Street water main project. But I've given you the details there of the different areas that they were able to either postpone or reduce expenditures. And it's not like these will not come back in the 2021 budget, but they are just being postponed for the potential revenue losses for 2020. And then I report to you on the water fund balances. And this is a repeat of what I previously gave you, but where I updated it was in the last 2 bullets. If the above potential savings are realized and the water fund experiences a $600,000 loss in revenues, then the estimated 2020 year-end total fund balance will be almost what we had projected in our 2020 budget. It will be reduced from the 813,000 to about 806. Of course, these numbers will fluctuate depending on what actual experience happens. But I just wanted to show you that because of the diligence of the department heads with Greg and Stan and John, we were able to hopefully soften the loss of revenues by postponing the expenditures for 2020. And the water fund's going to need to be closely monitored. We don't have a huge fund balance in that fund like we do, or I don't want to say huge, but strong fund balance there to absorb the impact of what may happen due to the COVID-related activity. So do you have any questions on any of the water fund information?
Any committee member? Nothing?
Okay. Well, if not, we'll move on to the sewer fund. Again, I did the same thing. I highlighted the sewer fund financial highlights, giving you the adopted budget, the adjusted budgets, and the recorded revenues and expenses year to date. And then I also updated the estimated revenue losses due to the current situation. And again, the huge factor in the sewer fund is the closing of the colleges or the potential closing in the fall. And again, the level 1 is 115,000, level 2 is 140, level 3 is 185, level 4 is 300, and level 5 is 400. Again, I say that level 2 is a solid estimate of what we're definitely going to lose of the 140 due to the recent activity, and that is ranging from my projections from March through August. And I then show you possible sewer savings, again, from the department heads' review of their budgets. We potentially can save 248,000. The major part of those savings is from the second digester cleaning. And as Greg pointed out to me, that this can be postponed and added to a project that he has scheduled for 2021. And the sewer fund balance is much stronger than the water fund balance. And I believe that the sewer fund balance will be able to carry us through this crisis. And we had projected that the sewer fund balance for the end of the year would be approximately 1.7, I'm sorry. I'm losing my line here, 1.4 million. And if we are to experience the losses of about 700,000 and be able to save the 248,000, our estimated year-end fund balance will be about 948,000. So it will still be a strong fund balance at the end of the year. And in conclusion, I just want to say, oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any questions on any of the sewer fund estimates? Okay, so in conclusion, what I would like to state is that as stated in previous reports, we're still in the birth of this crisis, and it's too early to determine the ending or the effects that will be thrust upon the city. But the general sewer and the OPT funds have strong fund balances that will see the city through 2020. The water fund will need closer monitoring, and as more information becomes available, I will update you. And obviously the 2021 budget process is going to face challenges not only due to the 2020 impact, but due to the potential continuance of this virus and the effects on the future economy. And again, I want to publicly thank all the department heads for thoroughly reviewing their budgets and proposing the possible savings for 2020. I think the city is blessed with having the wonderful department heads and staff that we currently have.
Thank you, Jenny, for all the hard work that you're putting into it. Obviously, these are just projections. We don't know where we're headed.
Correct.
But at least we know that we have some money in the fund balance to carry us through into 2021, but we need to still stay very fiscally conservative to our approach. And so I believe the committee members, I know myself, I rely heavily on you, Greg, and Katie to steer the direction of where we're going to be able to save and defer costs. I believe the next on the agenda is Chief Pigeon is going to talk about some cost savings that he's presented. Chief, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Len. As Jenny had mentioned, we worked with Jenny and Katie. I went through and examined line by line all of our budget codes over this past couple of weeks and made some refinements. I believe Jenny sent this out in a overall spreadsheet. So we took a look at 6 major categories and were able to reduce certain areas and go through those different categories and come up with a savings that I had originally budgeted of $79,121. If there's any specific questions on that sheet, I can go through that possibly and answer some questions.
Well, I'm going to defer and see if any other committee members have any questions for you. John? You're muted.
I don't have any specific questions, but I am interested in how we may discuss this.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this time.
Scott?
Yes, a couple of questions. How did you prioritize the list to know what to come up with to try to cut? Like, I see like clothing. I'm just like interested in like the turnout gear. I mean, did you see how old it was versus what you needed to do, stuff like that?
The clothing specifically, I would go back with the training and travel and things like that to start with. Is we originally had put in that we were anticipating being approved for 4 new firefighters and sending 4 new firefighters to the academy. So coinciding with, we've only been able to hire 1 call fireman currently, and we hope to move him up to part-time. And we did hire 1 full-timer. So we reduced that. Originally, that clothing budget line was for 4 sets of turnout gear. We reduced that in half. Right across the board, structural boots, we went down half. We re-examined all of our potential savings there. So we went line by line to make sure that we were able to appropriately cut where we believe we need to cut. Some of the things were totally deferred. We have some aged equipment, but we believe we can get it through. And again, I wouldn't say that we can totally do away with it. We can do away with it this year, but a lot of this would hopefully be deferred till next year or the following year. See if we can outlast, a little bit longer. As far as professional services, we were closed down and weren't to be able to provide some training. A lot of the training itself under 4.470. A lot of the classes are closed out. The fire academy is closed, things like that. We don't anticipate, right now we know that we have a potential retirement of one of the captains, and we had put in budget lines for training to send a new potential candidate to captain school. Those classes aren't happening, so whatever was already scheduled for the last several months have been canceled and pushed out, so that will not be available for this year. So if we do hire a new captain, we would have to have them go to school next year. So that's a deferral basically, but that's why we eliminated all of that. Additionally, in the training, the same thing. Because of the delay in the academy, we had originally, as part of our process for our new hire, full-time career firefighter, we were anticipating he would be done right along now, and that over the summertime we would get him into a class, and that's not going to happen because we're not sure if it's going to be another month or 2 or maybe 3 before they even graduate the fire academy. So depending on when those classes are, we reduced that, and again, those are all based on having 4 new firefighters, which would have to go to both the academy and then start in their paramedic school.
I guess I'm a little confused. Maybe you can just help me out a little bit on looking through your number 464 air pack testing. You got savings of $840 with 14 packs. Are those the ones that we just bought for you back, I think, in February?
Correct. Originally, we had our 43 that were going to be tested. We don't have to test the 14 new packs, so that's why the reduction there.
Okay. And I guess on a side note, it has nothing to do with your savings. How are the packs? You guys using them already on the trucks and everything, or?
Not at this time yet. We're working on getting them mounted in there. We had to change some mounting on them. The crews are going through additional training with them. This week, I believe the next day or 2, we're going to have MES come back in, and there's a piece of equipment on it with a buddy breathing system that came with it. We're looking to go through the classes on that, and then possibly actually eliminate those for some cost savings. I believe it's about $260 a unit. They came with them basically fully loaded with all the bells and whistles, or the majority of the bells and whistles on them. And that's one of the things that some of the new standards are coming through, and very limited amount of people are doing that. So we might be looking at a cost savings there and maybe reallocate some of that cost savings to be able to outfit them onto the trucks.
So Chief, when do you expect those 14 air packs to be in service?
I would say by the end of the month.
By the end of June, the department will
Yes.
be trained and those 14 packs will be in service.
Yes, I believe. Yep, that's a fair estimate. Yep.
And do you have a equipment schedule?
As for what type of equipment?
Turnout gear, hose, ropes?
Yes. Yes, we have turnout gear that's coming due in the next, I believe a couple sets are coming due next year or two. And within the next I believe 2 to 3 years, most everything will be coming due, correct?
So with turnout gear being very expensive, have you provided the previous council with this equipment schedule so that that information can be shared for future planning into the budget?
The last couple of times we brought it up, it was to look for grants to get it. So directly to answer your question, no. We've put it in for several sets in the past, knowing that we wanted to try to get some, and unfortunately, it all comes due basically at the same time. So we tried to, through the last three city managers, to say, let's start replacing some of this now on, maybe 5 to 8 sets a year, so that we can rotate the schedule. And it was just kept being pushed back. We'll go find a grant, go find a grant, go find a grant.
So if you would share, at least with the committee members, your equipment schedule, that would be helpful. If I understand you correctly, right now, we're looking at a potential full department turnout gear turnover next year, no pun intended.
Within the next year or two, I'd have to check the replacement schedule. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. And you can share with the committee.
But I can provide
equipment
that.
Schedule. I'm sorry.
Turnout gear. Yep. Yes, the turnout gear schedule. Hose, we always have budgeted. We did replace some of the hose on one of the vehicles when we purchased the new ladder truck. We bought all new 5-inch hose. Our anticipation was to put in, $6,000 to $10,000 a year to try to replace one vehicle. We have been looking to, as a part of the capital plan, our plans were to replace the new hose as we get new vehicles. The manufacturers of the vehicles can buy in such greater bulk, they get a great discount to that. So we were looking to be able to do that, and like the new rescue truck and the new plans with the last city manager on how we were going to reduce or possibly have a multi-use vehicle and perhaps a second aerial device. We were in the process of planning to replace the hose as we replace the vehicles. And again, that keeps getting pushed back.
Okay. So you do have an equipment schedule for all of this equipment that you're going to share with the committee.
Yes, I can make that up for you. Yep.
Okay. So the goal, I'm referring back to your report that you gave this council January 7th. And one of your goals for 2020 was to hire career staff and part-timers. And if I understand correctly, we've hired 1 full-timer and 1 part-timer. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the year-end report?
I'm talking about the 2019 year-end report that you gave this council on January 7th. And so what was your goal in that line? Am I to take it as it's written, singular, that you had a goal of hiring 1 career firefighter and 1 part-time staff, or? If not, how many were you looking at hiring?
Originally, when we were going through towards the year-end proposals and when we were going through negotiations, our hopes were to be able to hire, and again, speaking with the last city manager, we were looking to hire 4 career firefighters. It was approved in the budgetary process that we were able to hire 1, so that's the 1 career firefighter. And then part-time staff would be referring to multiple part-time staff is what our direction was given at that time.
So what is the number, chief, associated with multiple?
With multiple, as many as we can get. In the past, we've had as many as 12 to 14 part-timers. Optimally, probably 8 to 10 would be nice.
Correct. And the cost that's incurred with hiring part-timers, is that similar to full-time?
I would defer to Ginny on any cost savings. Obviously, there's savings because of fringe benefits and because of union negotiated contractual times and stuff like that. So I don't have a cost estimate in front of me.
Well, I think more what I'm referring to is, don't they have to have the same standard now of training?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what makes it so difficult, along with the fact that the part-timers have to become union members and pay union dues and only work part-time hours. So the fact that, yes, they do have to have the exact same training. We require them to be at minimum of an EMT. New career staff have up to 4 years to become a paramedic. That's not the same case as a part-timer, although we would encourage part-timers to become advanced life support because that's what we do. But there's not a whole lot of people out there that have both the fire academy or the equivalent of what the fire academy provides in recruit firefighting and as an EMT that are beating down our doors. And that's what makes it so difficult to recruit them. As was indicated earlier in this call, we have recently, over the last couple of months, received 3 candidates that we believe meet most of the qualifications. We have set up phone interviews. Thank you, Katie. Tomorrow for 1 and on Wednesday for the other 2. And we'll evaluate them from there to see if what their availability might be. And then when we're able to, after this pandemic or whenever we're able to open up, we'll be able to bring them in for full interviews. If that's something that you're looking to do. So
we've been kind of stagnant in recruiting part-timers, and potentially how many firefighters are eligible to retire this year? Because you referred to that you're deferring the cost for the first line supervisor school of $3,000. Obviously, you must have a fire captain that's suggesting that they're going to retire.
We do have one captain that has suggested he may retire, I think, in October.
And do you have any firefighters that have done that?
Not done what?
Notified you or gave inkling that they're going to retire?
There has been no firefighters that have given me that indication.
Okay. But potentially you have, potentially how many personnel do you have that are eligible to retire?
I believe, including the assistant chief and myself, I believe there's 4 firefighters and our captains.
So we have potentially 6 that are eligible at this moment.
I believe that's correct. I'd have to go through list by list to check their status.
So given the difficulties that you've experienced in the last few years in recruiting full-time and part-time staff, what are you suggesting for moving forward with the potential of so many vacancies?
We have an active test list. We have interviewed some candidates in the past. Currently, I believe there is from personnel, and Katie would have to jump in here, that we've had a couple of different canvases that I've asked for to see if they're willing to work part-time. In the past, we've had, as I mentioned, we had up to 12 or 14 part-timers. We currently, like I said, do not have any really that are qualified as part-time. We'd asked to continue to boost the part-time staffing, but there's been such a change or a recent change that the part-timers are now members of the union. The ones that we did have, several of them have been hired full-time. So we had what we had called the feeder program, and the feeder program is now gone, and we're trying to reboost that. Again, we have one in the academy now that we're working to do that with. And in his verbal interviews, one reason why he was selected is because he does want to become a full-time firefighter. And that's what we'll find out from these next three, to see if there's something that we want to move forward to. That's what our encouragement is that they start out part-time, we get them trained up so that they're able to fill right back in as you know, when we need them, when we do have a retirement.
Okay. And so, Chief, you've obviously been on the phone call all night, and you've heard Ginny allude and discuss how the other department heads have turned in substantial savings. I'm just wondering, in the interim of you turning this single page report over for a little less than 80,000, if you've had an opportunity to kind of maybe go back over and did you find anything else that you might want to offer up?
Is there something specific you're referring to? No, nothing. Nothing.
I'm just asking for, Chief. I'm asking you as the department head of whether or not you have other savings than this $79,000.
Presently, no.
Okay. How much are you spending annually on the fire and life safety prevention education program? How much did you spend for 2019? And include overtime. Because I'm reading your report, and the program, approximately 2,200 children and 987 adults received this education and training. I was just wondering how much the City of Oneonta taxpayers spent on that.
Okay. Last year, the last sheet that I believe was sent to you just before this meeting, because it was just requested a few minutes before this meeting, was through the mid to late December totals. And if you look at that sheet where it's overtime by category, it would be under about 3/4 of the way down under code 802. And that would have been 62.5 hours of overtime expended. And I don't have what that cost would be, but that's the overtime as you asked for.
Right.
And
so I'm sorry, what line number are you on?
About 3/4 of the way down under the 1, 2, 3, 5th bulleted area under outreach, and it would be code 802, fire prevention.
Okay, so 62.5 hours of overtime?
Correct.
Okay.
And that would
So
be 2019.
Chief, does that include sending personnel to the Alfred State College?
I believe so, yes. I don't think that, I'm not sure if that cost us any overtime or not. I'd have to go back through and find out when that was and see what was actually paid there.
So I got to ask you, Chief, how is it beneficial to the City of Oneonta taxpayers to send our personnel out more than, I had to look it up, 4 hours of travel time to the Alfred State College to do fire prevention?
There was one person that took our fire prevention trailer, burn pod trailer to that. The donations that were made to be able to build that were such from certain different areas, and I would have to get the exact details for you through, I believe it was the state fire chiefs and a couple other places that donated several thousands of dollars to get that built. And the availability of being able to send that out to outreach places to get other people to buy into the program and or to have was a one of a kind in the state. So we had approved to do that, and I would have to get you to let you know if it even did cost us any overtime. I'm not sure.
Okay. did the folks in Lawrence make a donation? I noticed that we sent personnel also over to Lawrence for that.
That I'm not aware of. I'd have to check.
Okay. I also would like to talk to you about overtime. And
Okay.
with regards to mutual aid, I just received this report as we were talking that you sent our financial officer, Jenny. So I haven't had time to review it. But I just wondered from your report, let me get to the page here. Do you currently have a policy regarding mutual aid for EMS calls?
Do we currently, we are in the Otsego County and via the state mutual aid program. Yes.
And that is for fire, but for EMS, do you currently have a department policy regarding mutual aid EMS?
Through the Department of Health Mutual Aid Program, and because we are fire-based EMS, we would refer to the Otsego County or Mutual Aid Program.
I think, Chief, I'm trying to be as clear as I can. I'm asking you, as the
is our
chief of
policy.
the department, do you have a policy that you've created for the captains to follow regarding mutual aid EMS?
A policy statement, no. Standard operating procedure and guidelines.
So you have a standard operating procedure, an SOP regarding mutual aid EMS calls.
I would have to pull that up. I don't remember if it's labeled as an SOP or an SOG.
And so
I don't know if it's a
within
policy
that
or a
SOP or
guideline.
SOG, does it give the ability to respond to Grand Gorge?
That's well without our, no, I don't think we specifically list Grand Gorge out, no.
Okay,
Mutual
so-
aid EMS is normally called for to respond to our contingent communities.
But under the Department of Health, there is no requirement to provide mutual aid for EMS.
That's correct.
So yet we still sent our crews to respond to 11 Delaware County departments, including Grand Gorge, including Sydney, Roxbury, Stanford, Treadwell.
When those departments are listed, the premise, I
Chief,
believe, would be
this
that
is in your report, Chief. This is
Okay.
in your report that you're telling us that our city crews responded to Grand Gorge and Maredale.
we gave them mutual aid. In Maredale, we may have gone to, but we did not go into the town of Grand Gorge, I believe. That was something that they were transporting a patient in this direction that we met up with them on the road.
Right. And so we, as a department, responded to 284 mutual aids for fire and EMS, and you broke that down for us, whereas 208 of them were for EMS. Is that correct?
Do you have the page? Are you still referring to that report from the year-end
I am.
report?
I am.
Okay. Let me get that out again. Mutual aid daily departments, 2019. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, there was 287 requests made, which was in the report, which was 69 times more than the year prior in 2018.
And so with the 21 motor vehicle crashes, does that mean you're responding with an engine, or did you respond with a second ambulance?
I'd have to pull each of those calls up to be able to determine which is which.
Okay. And so for the committee, how much was spent responding to the 208 EMS mutual aid calls? And for the committee, how much was spent for the 21 motor vehicle crashes?
Again, I don't have the actual figures. I can probably, as far as dollar values go, let me see if I can find that year-end sheet again here. So going back to that same sheet that we looked up, that you talked about fire prevention. If you go to
Right,
that
I
same
see
sheet,
line item 403 and 404, which talk about mutual aid, EMS, and motor vehicle crashes. And I just see an hourly rate. I mean, for all intensive purposes, this committee is interested in the hours, but I specifically was asking for costs, because that refers us back to, you know, your presentation of the $79,000. We're just looking at real savings. And so if you had to put a dollar figure, I believe Jenny used $55 an hour for overtime in the presentation to the previous council back in, I think, end of November, December. If we took the 49.75 and the 33.75, added them together and times that times $55 an hour, that would show you how much is being spent for mutual aid EMS when we don't actually have a requirement to comply with that. Now, you went on in your report to say that we received 63 mutual aids, but you didn't break that down to whether they were EMS or fire. And I was wondering if you had those answers.
Excuse me, may I jump in here for a minute? In cost estimates for these type of questions that you're asking, Len, I can always work with the fire chief to prepare a report. And then that way it'll be a comprehensive report based on cooperation between me and the chief. And I can help with projections for those estimated costs.
In your estimation, Chief, is there any savings in overtime? Would you be able to change any of your practices to save the city taxpayers in your overtime?
by not going mutual aid?
By not going mutual aid EMS is one example that I've given you. Is there any other examples that you've come up with?
Well, if we pull out of the mutual aid system, then we will have no one coming to our community to help us. It's a reciprocal type thing.
With regards to EMS, there's no reciprocation required by law. By fire, there is.
Correct. But as part of the county EMS program and as part of the Department of Health program, at the state level, there is a county and state EMS.
So we roughly responded to 4 times. Is that right? 4 times, 3.5 times more calls than we received. Is that correct?
Okay.
And I just want you to know that from this seat that I have, I'm concerned about the 47% of us paying for 100% of everything in the city of Oneonta. So we're trying to find as much cost savings as we can, not only for 2020, but for the next 3 to 4 years, because I really don't want to ask businesses that can't pay their taxes because we closed them, that we shut down their property. So I'm asking you to help this committee come up with some real cost savings.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was left up to you, what suggestions do you have for this committee with regards to operations within your department on overtime?
I guess that this is more of a political question that needs to be answered. And what's been presented to me in the past by other city managers and by other council members is that we have the fire department and the personnel of what we can afford, not what we need. We've laid out and indicated multiple times, I believe, of, we want to have 6 people on duty. We want to respond with 3 people on an ambulance. And I believe that if there's other decisions to be made other than that, or in regards to that, if they're looking for the main key savings of covering of overtime and other categories, really the biggest category that we're looking at is contractual time off. And when you tell me when we can start scheduling emergencies, I would certainly love to be able to do that.
I don't think we need any I don't think we need sarcasm. I mean, these are just real questions that this committee has been charged with, and we're trying to find some answers.
and again, I think I've provided the answers that I currently have. If there's other specific questions other than not responding someplace, I believe that that's if we're to be here and protect the people that's been indicated, the city and town of Oneonta, and as you're asking about not going mutual aid, that's a political question. I believe that if you want to pull out of the mutual aid program, then that is believed to be a city policy or a council policy, certainly not a fire department policy. If you tell me how many I have to work with and what my budget is to work with, then as firefighters do, we'll make do with what we have.
So Chief, I asked one question, if you would share with the committee as soon as possible to send us the current SOP or SOG, because you're not sure yet, regarding mutual aid EMS. We would appreciate that so that we can talk about this later on.
Okay.
Larry, can I ask a question or are you still going?
No, go ahead.
Chief, the FAST team, is that a countywide mutual aid FAST team?
Countywide mutual aid FAST team. We have current agreements and training that we've done with Worcester, Sydney, and Franklin as part of a multi-county, if you will, because Sydney and Franklin are located in Delaware County. So the four of us have collaborated over the years to respond to each other's major fires.
Okay, so who can request a FAST team that are in Otsego County? Anybody?
Yes, I believe so. Yep, any chief, officer.
So just pick any department calls you, you're responding, and you, God forbid, get in a car accident with the apparatus you're going with. That FAST vehicle is covered underneath the county mutual aid's insurance, correct?
That's what, as far as I know, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you get a lot of calls for your FAST team by any chance, or is it normally?
We've had none this year. We've had none this year.
I don't know if that's, I guess that's a good thing then.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Len, I forgot what my other question was.
Mark, you look like you had a question.
Yeah, actually, I guess it's more of a statement. You know, I'm looking at a bunch of lines with a bunch of hours and a bunch of percentages. And quite frankly, this is all, you know, I don't understand all this. So I think for me, it might be more helpful rather than kind of going line by line and picking at things which I have no idea, is to maybe ask the chiefs if they could review the overtime budgets and think about areas that there might be potential savings and be able to bring that back to us, because perhaps there's a way to look at things and perhaps there's not. But I guess I don't have a lot of information here, and to keep going down line by line, it seems like we are just beginning to kind of stall. I think it would be better use of our time to have the chiefs review this, rethink it, and maybe there are some potential savings that they could bring back if it's changes of contracts, but that way we're able to kind of utilize their expertise and be able to look at what the end product is rather than sit here and speculate about some particular areas. At least that's how I feel. I have no idea about any of these.
Right. I agree, Mark, that we need to charge the chief with going back and looking at overtime. I mean, his line item, they spent over $451,000 in overtime last year. And currently they're on pace. Jenny, where is it? Was one of the previous emails today. They've already right now they're on pace for 3185. So for overtime. So to Mark's point, Pat, we're asking you to go back and take a look at your overtime budget by category and break down so that it's real cost, so that as the committee, we understand where $451,000 is going to.
If you're referring to the,
go ahead, Chief.
if you're referring to the overtime by category, and not being sarcastic, I cannot control overtime in emergency callback unless we change policies of the callback policy and not how many people we're going to send out, unless we're going to have a city policy that we're going to not go mutual aid. So that first category is 101 through 707 is right now 736 hours or 25%. In my opinion, I don't have, without a city policy wide that's going to be a political change that I have control over. The contractual time off, we tried through negotiations with the union. The next category, 701 through 706, which is the majority of the overtime, or usually anywhere from 55% of the overtime for any given year over the last 10 years. I do not have any control over that. We tried to work with the unions and negotiate that, and that didn't change, and they locked into a 5-year contract. So unless the city is willing to do some type of reopener with them and to renegotiate, I don't have control over that. The 501 through 507, I do have control over that and have eliminated as much of that as I deem necessary or I believe that we can. The outreach 602, 603, and fire prevention, we've eliminated all of that. We're one thing with the community events and athletic events, they're not happening. And fire prevention, we've cut our costs in half to that. And I don't know if what the schools will be there, but we'll eliminate that and we can be able to do that on duty if we're able to. And as far as the other 801 through 809, I've eliminated all of that. We will have mandated fit testing every year, which we'll have to have. We've limited that. We're canceling and doing Zoom meetings as much as we can. And the only code that is not being able to, that we use is 809, which is the considerable largest one in that category. We use for the COVID coverage. So I have looked at the overtime. I have been modifying the overtime. I have been trying to do and eliminate whatever overtime that we can. And any additional overtimes in those other categories needs to be some type of city political policy.
Right, understand. I'm looking at your 2019 overtime by category report and refer to 809. You generated 899 hours of other overtime not defined. And so to Council Member Davies' request and mine that you break this out with some more clarity so that those that don't know the fire department as well as and intimately as you understand what this means. So I think at this time, if you will plan on reporting back to this committee at our next meeting, we'll put you on the agenda so that we can talk about this further. Recognizing that it's 9:06, I defer to the personnel director. Do we need to go into executive session?
I defer to the council. I mean, if there's anything else you wish to discuss, then and you need me for it, then of course I'm
I
available.
would like to go into executive session. Can I get a motion to go into executive session, please?
Okay, I'll make the motion. I think John's trying to make the motion, so I'll second his motion.
No, I was going to, just to clarify the purpose of going to executive sessions.
To discuss personnel matters.
Sure.
Thank you for that.
Len, is Carrie still on the call? Carrie or Carrie? Hi, can you make us a
Hi.
breakout room?
You want the same attendees as previously?
Len, yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
here you go.
Is the mayor still with us?
The mayor is still showing as online. Oh, there he comes. He's on his way back now.
I'm here. I'm here.
All right.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to set you up now. Here you go.
So we have a motion and a second to go into executive session.
Motion. First. Second.
Okay, here you go. Just you and I again, Jenny.
Okay. I was muted and I was trying to ask them before they go into an executive session. I wanted to ask something, but I thought, why can't they hear me? And I looked down and said, knucklehead, you're muted.
You're muted. And I didn't see, I started straightening up, so I couldn't see. I'm sorry. I was listening, but should have asked if there would be.
I'll say
Huh?
it. What the hell was that?
You're still live on YouTube, so
I know.
say it, but okay.
I'm still gonna say it. Nothing else.
Okay, who's betting how long this one's going to last?
I was wrong last time.
So was I. I was guessing 30 minutes, but it was an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah. I should have asked, like I said, if there was going to be anything afterwards. But
Well, hopefully this one won't be long. Do we have a lot of people on YouTube, Carrie?
last I looked, we were back up to 8. Let's see. Oh, we dropped down to 4.
Okay. This is kind of cool having my laptop here and then having my computer screens behind it.
You can see everything.
I can't quite reach my keyboard. It's hidden behind my laptop.
Is your cord long enough that you could pull it in front, or no, not really?
Yeah. What I'll do next time is I'll just put it in my lap. Of course, maybe I'll have my webcam by then.
Say, did you order it yet?
No, because
We're gonna wait on that survey. Yeah.
Wait and see how many.
I was all, when I saw the background, I was all, what is happening?
Yeah, I just scooted home. I just had so much paperwork, and I just thought I'm just gonna go home and get my laptop. That'll be easier than me taking all this paperwork at home. And then I could have my screens up, and at home I'm working in the basement on a small table, and my cat likes to walk across my computer.
What is it with cats and computers? I've noticed that.
I think they like the static electricity from the screen.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And they also like the heat.
I see a lot of cats do that.
Yep.
I've seen more cats during these meetings than
And what my cat will do at home is he'll reach up on the back of my chair and dig in. And he's very long. When he stretches out, I bet you he's about.
Judy's got a.
Yeah.
It didn't work very well. I was trying to get Gideon in here on the screen, but he won't come. I'm like,
Oh, there he is.
I just had both Chloe's, our lab, and Gideon is my son's goofball, but I can't get him in there.
Yeah, we kind of see him.
Kind of see him.
Yeah. He's like
He's
a mouse.
He's out of here.
Is he a lap dog, Judy? Will he sit on your lap?
He'll sit next to you. That one likes to sit up on the back of the couch and look out the window. And he rides in the tractor all day. He's been out all week on the tractors doing
Oh,
that.
jeez.
And he's the size of a big lab. So he takes up.
What kind of dog is he?
What is he? Australian? Blue Heeler Lab mix.
Oh.
And he's just goofy. His name is Gideon.
That's a fun name.
Yeah. Gideon. He whines a lot.
Oh no, my battery's running low, and I didn't bring my battery, my power cord.
Power cord. Well, who would have thought we'd be going at 3 hours and 15 minutes?
Yeah. Well, but the funny thing about it is that when I turned this on, it said I had 8 hours. So I'm
Been running constant video though. It's pretty.
So you might lose me.
Judy, that's brilliant. That's all I'm gonna say.
Sorry, gotta go. I'm home.
Should probably clarify that the city has incurred no overtime for this meeting.
My 6-year-old gave up waiting. She's passed out on the bed across the room.
Oh, I have 27 minutes remaining. Do you think they'll be back
There
in
you go.
27 minutes?
I would hope so.
I doubt very much I've got a power cord here that would plug into my laptop.
No, they're all the computers are out. Or did the new one come back?
The newer one might be here, but you know what? Another problem is I actually have to move my desk to get to an outlet. have to remedy that by getting a power strip.
Yeah.
Well, these old buildings that, they didn't put in a lot of outlets.
No. If they ever tell us we can't use power strips, we're in trouble. I've got one under my desk. I think we've got at least one in the other room, one by the coffee pot. I might have to unplug a battery backup to run my coffee pot. Not giving that up.
Been sitting in this chair too long.
I had to get up a couple times. Yeah.
Well, I have a footstool under my desk to keep my feet up off the floor.
Lauren.
And Greg says that he's going to put it into the Swart Wilcox building when I retire.
I
don't
cooked and
recall
we
saying
ate dinner. Go ahead. Sorry, Greg.
I don't recall saying that.
You did when you saw it in my office. You were teasing me because I've had it for decades, and you said, "Well, maybe we can put it in the Swart Wilcox building," and we all.
Say so.
I wouldn't make it up, Greg. It was pretty funny at the time. I think George was in the room at the time too. We were working on budget.
Probably late.
Yeah, that's why you don't remember. But I remember because I just thought it was hysterical. Carrie, if I try to get back into the meeting via telephone
Mhm.
on my desktop, will it let me in twice?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to try that just in case this executive session goes longer.
Carrie,
Yes, ma'am.
can't she just switch to phone right now? On
She
the
could.
mute button? Instead of computer audio?
I don't
Yeah.
know that. I think she's trying to look to switch everything over because the laptop's dying.
Okay, so if she switched to phone and her laptop went out, she'd lose the entire connection?
No, she'd keep the phone connection.
Oh, so I don't actually have to log. So I can just call in, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Or
was,
you
that's
could.
what I was thinking.
Yeah. Unless you're looking to watch it, and then, I mean, either way, we're not going to be able to see you
That's okay.
once you switch.
No. I am- So what's the longest finance meeting so far?
Oh, we used to have finance committee meetings until midnight years ago. When we were going
Okay.
over budget, they would start usually either at 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock at night. It was normally 4 o'clock. We started and we would go till midnight. We'd be going over the budget line by item by item.
Wow. Carrie, who's that just came on?
That's what that's not Ginny's number, so. Oh, they hung right up. I saw the number popped up and expected it to be Ginny's, but that's not her, or wasn't her.
No, I'm still looking for the call details.
Do you want me to resend it?
Oh, no, I just found it. I'm just a little
Okay.
tired.
Welcome to Zoom.
Here she is.
Okay, Carrie.
Oh. You're connected with both, so we're going to hear you on both, so they're going to fight with each other. So on the bottom, one of them has to be off. You're muted right now, so I could get rid of the feedback, but one of your microphones has to be off. So try now. Oh, nope.
Meeting.
There we go.
I left the meeting. I'm now just on the phone.
Just on the phone. Yep. And I will rename it that. Oh, our friend is back.
I've eaten way too much chocolate today.
The webcam comment reminded me that I hadn't sent out that email that I talked about, so that just went out.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm back on my computer without any audio.
Perfect.
Carrie,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, are you able to follow up with Ryan to see if he's made the change to the number of rings yet?
Yeah, absolutely.
I
I'll
don't,
email
I
him
don't
right
think
now.
that's happened.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a hard thing.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That should have definitely been able to happen by now.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and I don't know if you saw my one email. When I go to the directory, I don't find any directory in my phone. Is there a trick?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm still going through. I found 100-something page manual for the phones, the technical side that I'm still reading through. And I haven't found where you have to do anything special yet, but
Well, I'm wondering if he doesn't have it loaded, because when I hit directory and I hit local, it says that it's empty. So I'm wondering if he just needs to load it.
the local directory seems like it would be something that you would add from your directory. There should be, if there's a local directory, there should be another global.
Yeah, from what I remember on the demonstration, when you hit that directory button, you're supposed to be able to see everybody's extension.
Yes.
So,
But if you're
yeah.
looking only at a local directory, that indicates like ones that have been placed on the phone by yourself.
Well, I
instead
tried
of-
the other option too, and that one was also empty.
Okay.
Let me go. I'm not going to check it on my phone. I'm going to go to Gail's phone and I'll tell you what the options are.
Okay.
Yeah, the only option says local directory or exit.
Hmm.
There's nothing else.
Okay.
Greg, are you there?
It shows that he's there.
That's okay. You might be busy.
What could be more fun than this?
Or he might have got up and walked away from his computer.
If he's smart.
Looking for a power cord.
I was very surprised that my computer only lasted, well, it lasted till since 6 o'clock, but still, it told me I had 8 hours worth. But you said streaming like that takes up
The
more
video
battery
takes
power.
quite a bit.
I thought of a cool way to have my office meetings.
You did?
I'm going to conference everybody over the phone.
Oh, there you go. You could always use Zoom too, if nobody's using it for another meeting. Could always use the city's account and then you can see everybody.
Well, that's an option. But I thought the conferencing over the phone would be simple and easy for everybody. That way we'll keep our distance.
Yeah.
But I learned how to do conference call on the new phone, and it's really easy.
It's really, you nailed it on the head when you said once people become more familiar with it, that they'll love it. And I think that's really the case.
I think so. Well, I'm glad I made the switch because my computer would have definitely died by now.
Oh yeah, it would. I don't think it would have lasted.
All right, Carrie, I think we're all back, yes?
I have, no. We still got 4.
We lost. I know that John was losing battery power to his iPad.
Okay. I've got John, the mayor, Katie, and Scott still in the room.
So we have enough for a quorum to take a motion to,
You don't have
And our-
everybody present yet.
oh,
You
so
still got,
Scott's not here?
nope, they're starting to come back now.
There's Scott. Okay. There's Gary and John. Great.
This
We're all
had one of the
here.
longest meetings in history.
No. So can I get a motion to adjourn our Finance Human Resource Committee meeting?
So
May I
Oh,
ask a
wait.
question before you adjourn, please?
Oh, no.
no.
Go ahead, Jenny, real
Sorry.
quick.
Sorry, I just need some guidance, not that you need to answer it tonight, but with all of the saving proposals that we have presented to the committee, I need some guidance on how you want to move forward with them. If you want to leave it up to the department head's discretion, if you want formal action taken to reduce budgets, if you want to take formal decision power by the committee or by the council as a whole of which items. And as I said, I don't need the answer tonight, but I just need guidance for what you want to do in the future. If you want to inform me, maybe, the next finance committee meeting.
Yeah, I think if we could have the next finance committee meeting, we should take that up. That way we all got time to circulate everything absorb everything that's been going on between tonight and Pat's supposed to be coming back, I believe, the next council meeting, finance meeting too, correct?
Correct.
So I think the next finance, Ginny, if
Mark,
that's
are you
okay
good
with
with
you,
that?
I think the next finance committee would be the most appropriate.
Mark, you're good?
It's fine. It
John-
even can be a
John?
month from now. I just need some guidance on how you want to handle the potential savings. If you want to leave the budget intact and then just leave it up to the department heads practice, we can do that, or we can actually formally reduce the budgets.
I think the committee as a whole, John, correct me, but I think a committee as a whole, we would like to continue reviewing that information that you just provided us. And then we'll talk about it again at the next finance committee meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Is that
I'll
good,
make
guys?
that we can adjourn.
I'm looking at John.
Oh, he's muted.
John,
Yeah,
you need-
well, I'm trying to stay muted. I don't think we're in a position to recommend anything to the council meeting next week. And that's what that's what all the committees are about, to make
Thank you.
recommendations to the council.
correct.
Okay?
Hearing no further business, we have a motion and a second, correct? To adjourn?
I second the emotion. Okay,
Okay.
I got to get that in.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Have a good night.
Charge me, charge me.